Alrighty, it is time for us to once again test our audio and make sure that things are working. Can we hear ourselves? Testing again. Okay, that seems to be functional. Alrighty, so for anyone tuning in, I have some new toys. Yes, I do. I have purchased the Muds Into Darkness and Beyond Mega Pack, as well as the Muds Primary Faction Choice Pack, which I don't know if it will actually show the Into Darkness and Beyond pack anymore because I like the Mega Pack because I bought it and it says it's a once per account, so it might just be like, nope. It's got a lot of presents in it. It's got like 7 ships, I want to say, in it because the Muds. Oh, so here's the choice pack. And if you get the mega bundle, you get every item on this list here. So what you end up getting is all of these ships because this one, and this one, the Bird of Prey, the Kelvin Timeline Constitution, and the Tularo Carrier all come from one of the choices, which is a very dark purple on a black background. So this is not the most legible, but the tier 6 choice pack comes with all 3 of these, and you get all 3 of them. It's not like you have to pick this one, or you have to pick this one, or you have to pick, you get all 3 of them. And then there's the Destroyer bundle, which includes the Kelvin and this D7, and again, you get both of them. And again, I got the mega pack, so I got the Vengeance Intel Dreadnought, as well as Spock's pilot jellyfish science ship thing. Now, if you get just the choice pack, you can actually get most of everything. You can get, you could choose the tier 6 ships, which would give you these 3. You could choose the destroyers, which would give you these 2. And then you'd be stuck with deciding whether or not you want Spock's jellyfish or the Vengeance. And the Vengeance is a very good ship. So, but it's a Lobby ship, so it's not as valuable necessarily as this one, which is a promo ship. But in terms of performance, I would expect the Vengeance to probably perform better for most people. So that's a bit of a toss-up for you as an individual. But if you're getting this choice pack, then the best bang for your buck is getting these 3 ships and these 2 ships all together. Hello, Goriton. And as I said, I got everything in here, which means that I technically got 9 ships out of this one bundle, so it was actually quite a good deal. I believe if you do the math, it's approximately $33 per ship. That's including these T6 coupons, but I also got the 50 master keys, which is, we're just going to kind of estimate that that's about a $50 C-store value. And the epic prize token, depending on your RNGesus favor, is either absolutely useless or perhaps priceless. So it really depends. I had 3 of these before I got my 4th one from this pack. So, and I've been here for basically all the events and bothered doing almost all of them. So this isn't of tremendous value to me personally, but I will still take it and hold on to it and hoard it until they give me something worth worth spending it on. And then the 9-pack of experimental ship upgrade tokens is always welcome. And these, from what I have seen, are all account bound. So don't think you'll be getting a 9-pack of experimental ship upgrade tokens and being able to sell them off to make bank, or even these 50 master keys. They are yours to keep. So, you know, that might dampen some of the value for you, depending on the calculus that you are doing when considering whether or not you would buy such a bundle. But for me, it's not that big of a deal because I will almost certainly have ships to spend these experimental ship upgrade tokens on, even with the developers giving them out like hotcakes from events and things. That's slowed a little bit more recently. So yeah, I'm sure I can be less judicious with my usage of these. And then I haven't even opened lock boxes with these master keys, but I will do so at some point because the Lobby at the very least is welcome. And honestly, if you're opening lock boxes, that's what you should be doing it for, is the Lobby, because that's the only thing you're guaranteed to get. You could get all kinds of like literal vendor fodder, or you might get the grand prize of a ship, or you might get something useful like a trait. But I mean, like, it's a real crapshoot what you're going to get. So, you know, just set the bar as low as possible. Know that you're getting like, what is it, 4 Lobby guaranteed? It's 3 or 4. Just enjoy that you got Lobby and open it for the Lobby, and then anything else is icing on the cake. And then I also ended up getting choice, not this one. Primary faction choice bundle, which this honestly didn't appeal to me all that much when I first saw it. Especially because, I mean, at first I was like, ooh, yay, the sarcophagus. But then it turns out that this is the one and only Discovery Klingon ship that they introduced to the game that doesn't have a battle cloak. And I'm like, why? Why? Especially when it is a lockbox ship. It's honestly unacceptable. But it has one of the best survival traits in the game, and it is thematically appropriate for my Discovery era Klingon that I made as my Klingon recruit. So I'm assuming that this is basically his ship. It will be his ship, not that he will necessarily stay in it forever, but you know, it's good for him thematically, and because it has the best survival trait, or one of the best survival traits in the game, now I have that account unlocked, and also because you couldn't get it on Klingons without the ship, so now all of my Klingons who were absent this trait can gain it, so huzzah. I also picked out of the choice pack the Dalkina here, this command Dalkina. It's supposed to be a good ship. I think that it does have potential. I honestly don't remember off the top of my head what specs it has. I think it might be command intel. I think it might be commander, command tactical, and a lieutenant commander intel. I think I'd be aiming to make this ship a kinetic build based on that, but it only has 2 AF slots if I'm not mistaken, so it won't be doing mines very effectively. So a little bit of a ding on, you know, my personal preference for kinetics, but I think it'll still be great. And then I chose the Crossfield Science Spearhead because it is a quite good ship. It has both temporal and intel on it. So with all the science, all the intel, all the temporal, it can really be quite a potent vessel. I wasn't overly excited about it because I already own it on my main, but now on like Discovery alts or even TOS alts, because I think TOS, you know, like it's close enough. You know, they both use a flip phone communicator. So, you know, I have it if I want it. I absolutely did not need it, but I definitely needed even less of this bug ship. So, you know, choose 3. So I picked these, and, you know, this one has the potential for greater utility to me. So yeah, I went ahead and picked that. Anywho, I thought that what I would do today is build the Laru. I'm moving things around because, as I have mentioned before, though new viewers and even old viewers may not remember, I'm using a one-screen setup, so I have a whole bunch of stuff all on one screen, and so I have to move things around. But that tends to be pretty decent, in my opinion, because, like, for example, on my screen I actually can see my avatar here, which is standing in the way of the chat. If it was ESD chat, it would be for your protection. But yeah, that just helps me to see what you can see, and that, I think that works out for the best. So the Talaru is a ship that I was actually quite eager to get. I always wanted the Muds Into Darkness and Beyond pack, but specifically the Mega one, because I wanted all the ships. I did not want to have to choose not to have the Spock Jellyfish or not to have the Vengeance, because those are the two that would be taking the hit if I were to exclude one. And even though I'm not all that fond of the Spock's Jellyfish as a design, even though I'm not all that fond of its build potential being a pilot science ship, I don't know. I know that there are things that could be done with it, and it's canon, and I'd rather have it than not. So I mean, like, what am I going to do? Buy 2 of the bundle separately? I mean, I could. I think that would amount to the same amount of spend, but I chose to go this direction. Actually, would it have been cheaper? That's a question that has very suddenly come to my mind. Let me see here. Muds. No. Muds Market. Bundles. Okay, 14,750. The mega bundle was 30,000. I think it may have actually been cheaper if I had bought two of the things. Why would that not have worked out? Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay, I got a little extra something. So it's fine. It's fine. It's close enough. Was math correct? Yeah, it's fine. Like, whatever. It is what it is. I did what I did, and we're going to live with it. What would I have not gotten? What I would have not gotten, because I wouldn't have picked the experimental ship upgrade token. Whatever. Live, learn. Maybe you buy 2 of these packs and skip out on that if you don't need it. But I know someone who's been trying to get this experimental ship upgrade token for forever, and so, for them, it's priceless. Too bad I could not give it to them. Anyway, yes, this is the ship that I was thinking of building, and I've been quite looking forward to it because it has both intel and temporal on it, just like that science crossfield spearhead. Not to the exact same degree, because this ship is actually intel primary, like full intel. So it has a commander intel, which honestly, if we're taking this in a science direction, is not going to be that big of a concern, because the commander seat, we're going to want Gravity Well 3. Like, could you do Gravity Well 1 and do something higher in intel? Yes, you could. Should you? Probably not, if you want to maximize your science shenanigans. So let's see here. This character is honestly one that I have not built very much into. I think that they may have full reputations. Yes, that appears to be the case. We're just doing a little click through to make sure that that is the truth. Indeed. So they have full reputations. They are honestly kind of relegated to being my heal endeavor bot. They are loaded to the gills with heals, and I just take them into home over here. You can see on my, well, this way behind my head. where it says go to Herc Dreadnought right here. I take them in here, and then I stand on that tipped over plasma fire thing, whatever, that's like right at the start, and just heal myself. So that's largely what he does. But if I'm not mistaken, yeah, see this anti-time entanglement? I did put stuff on him so that he could be like a ground science wizard and just, you know, wreck areas of space. But I don't think we're going to alter that at this time. I think we're going to leave him all heals because that is more convenient for me at this time. But because he is not terribly invested in, I do not know. Like, let's see, is this a superior infiltrator? Okay, we've got a superior infiltrator. That's excellent. That increases the duration of our decloaking ambush. So since this ship should have a full-blown Romulan battle cloak, we will very likely be making use of that. So good, we have him. Let's see. Traits. Are you a superior Romulan operative? You are. That is beneficial. Basic one, so not as happy. Absolutely nothing of use. Not really. Not for what we're going to aim at. So, you know, how hard are we going to try? That is the question. Because there's a very high probability that rather than trying to chase down some superior Romulan operatives, although I could just find them on the exchange if we're being honest, that's one of the benefits of being a Romulan. So, you know, maybe we will. Okay, superior Romulan operative. Well, here's the other thing, is that people are not named the way I normally name them. Like, these people have somehow miraculously survived with their chosen names intact rather than their Borg designations that I tend to give them. So, Ayub. SRO. How do I name things? Is it Eng SRO? I think it's SRO. Eng. He's either Eng 1 or Eng 2. It's usually a hierarchy, a merit-based system. How many things have I put on you? And we're just going to leave Ayub. So there, he's still got some modicum of individuality. We're being very generous today. Let's see here. This person, are you an SRO? Indeed you are. So let us rename you. SRO. Eng 2. I hope you are enjoying the magnanimousness that you are witnessing, my bofficers, because normally I would not care about your feelings. And honestly, you don't have any if we're being real, but I'm being nice anyway. Like when you're being nice to your smart speaker, no matter how absolutely horrible it's being at trying to execute a command. Okay, this should be by infiltrator. Yes. And then traits, superior Romulan operative. So we are going to name Vuvar SRO TAC 1. Okay, so these are your default buffs that you get from just playing through the story. They could be airlocked if you don't care about them, but I'm not that big of a monster and I have plenty of slots, right? So we'll just leave them. Although, Tovan Kiev, something I would like to point out is that the devs have been giving out, what are those things called? Elite Bridge Officer tokens or something? Let's see, I think I have some in my... Well, oh, by the way, if anybody is in the chat, I have no idea how many people are here, but if you've been wondering, like, where has Neko been? Why has there not been a stream in weeks? It hasn't been months by now, I don't think. But what has Neko been up to? Black Desert Online had a 7th anniversary celebration, in which, hold on, we're adjusting some things here so that hopefully, okay. They had their 7th anniversary, and as part of that celebration, they made the game free as opposed to the typical $10. So it's not like, oh my gosh, you saved so much money, but it's fine. And it's better than nothing, right? So they had a special where the game was free to play if you downloaded it, and I did. And also I happened to give the money because there were all kinds of costumes and things that I wanted. And, should I find out if I am in love with the game before I give it far too much money, honestly? Probably, but that's not what happened. And I have a whole bunch of glorious costumes awaiting future deployment. So perhaps we will be showing that at a later date. But for now, we're stowing. Oh, also, like I want to manufacture a hoodie for Black Desert before I stream it. That might be a little pedantic, right? Like, that's not necessary. But we're probably going to do it. Well, you know what? I could even make a stream of me making my new hoodie. Oh, look at that. I managed to... I have access to the bank, but I have stopped the animation by moving myself. Interesting. Did I know that you could do that? No, I think I have seen it happen before and was like, I wonder why I'm not, poking at the console. Well, it doesn't really matter, but now I know how to do it on purpose. Account bank. Yes, the account bank is where I might have... Yes, okay, so these elite, let's move that to where you can see it. These elite bridge officer training tokens that the devs have been giving out for events that, anybody who knows the game knows that these things are kind of basically useless. Sorry, I know, I'm sure somebody put a whole bunch of work into making these things a thing, but honestly, like, why? They don't do enough, and anyway, but the one use that I have found for these things, and that's like, maybe that's a hot take, whatever, take from it what you will, my little viewers, but like the one use that I definitely know to be, hold on, we're having some issues here because I'm so used to, like, Black Desert's control scheme is so antithetical to stows in general, but also like specifically my stow configuration. So we are having to kind of like relearn. Ooh, what does this button do? Oh, not that apparently. Let's try this one then, shall we? Nope, that didn't do what we wanted it to. Perhaps shift and click. No. There we go. So it was control. Why did you not function before? Be that way. So, again, sorry, we've gotten a little sidetracked. The use that I have found for this is your very bestest friend who is completely, somebody that you can't ever get rid of. Unless, like, there's some sort of shenanigan that you can do where you can fill up your officer roster with C-Store. We have a Goody and a Neko from what I see. Well, you know what? Maybe I'm just talking to you, Goody. Oh. Or I am talking to future viewers who will VOD this regardless. Also, it's a Goody fault. Neko got sidetracked by Black Desert. Yes, that is true, but it's fine. What we are demonstrating here is, first of all, you can make Tovan a hottie. And that is one way that you can tolerate his presence, his eternal presence on your ship, is that instead of, default Tovan, you can be like, let's turn that man into a smoke show, shall we? And that's what I did. So, but also something that can make his presence more palatable is you can, let's see here. He probably, what are we working with here? He probably has not been trained or promoted. Is he a commander? Says he's a sub commander. Hold on. Okay, this button here. This is what will do it. So, make note. He is a Berserk. Romulan operative. But when we use this token, it's going to make him a superior soldier, a superior Romulan operative. He already had superior stubborn, so that's going to stay the same. He's going to have superior plasma weapon specialist. So like if you are doing a Romulan intensive theme and giving your buffs plasma weapons, then perfect. But we're going to use these otherwise useless upgrade tokens, in my personal opinion, to turn him into a superior Romulan operative so that we don't have to buy another one, at least not a tactical one. So it says it'll give 1 new ground device slot. Like, who cares, honestly? 1 new kit frame slot. Again, what for? 1 new personal ground trait slot. Those are generally too expensive for me to like waste on a buff. Upgrade all inherent traits to max rank. Yes, that is good. We will accept this. Learn all standard bridge officer abilities. That is also rather useful. But is it worth the expense of one of these tokens if you were to buy it from the C-store? Maybe, but I'm thinking no. Complete his upgrade. Yes, we shall, because what else am I going to do with these tokens that the devs have been giving out? So as promised, superior plasma weapon specialist, superior Romulan operative, superior soldier, and he already had superior stubborn. Goody says, the kit frame and device slot could be used for storage purposes. You know what, that is true. So not entirely useless, but like for practical reasons, like actual, your buff is with you, so they need superior capabilities. Well, I suppose if you're the type of person who plays the story content on Elite, then maybe that extra. I mean, you could put on like a fully re-rolled Ryzian kit for like maximum kit performance on your bridge officers. So yeah, I guess. But it's certainly an interesting choice to release an item that, in my personal opinion, is really like, it'd be reserved for some top tier tryhards in story content of all places. So whatever, you do you. We're going to rename Tovin though, if it will even allow us that. Nope, it will not. Well, that's fine. We will have to know for ourselves in our hearts, in our little kitty hearts, that Tovan Kiev has been upgraded and is now not useless. That is why they named it Elite. Indeed, that may be the reason. They were like, we want to just make sure people know exactly what this is for. Hold on, we are attempting to, again, adjust, I was noticing some eye fluttery nonsense. And I would like to make it stop, so hopefully it can see me clearly now. Can you? Can you, Camera-chan? Are we doing better now? We'll find out. Anyway, let us see here. So yes, we've got 2 tactical superior Romulan operatives. We have 2 engineers. We have a Psi infiltrator. I think I would like to have a science superior Romulan operative. Generally having 2 of each is your go-to floor for covering all your bases, though sometimes you need more. Like, honestly, you shouldn't need more than 3 of any type under normal circumstances, but let us see here. This ship has a lieutenant tactical station. I believe we will be using Fire at Will and Cannon Scatter Volley to trigger superior area denial. And we might be taking this ship in a kinetic direction, even though the ship on this character was designed to use energy weapons. So we'll see. We're going to see what we end up doing. But I was quite excited for the possibility. And this is a science captain, so like making this a very aggressively science ship and, science-based torpedoes is kind of what I was wanting to aim at, but again, we will see. That's our psi infiltrator, which is perfectly fine. I'm just plotting to myself. Is this Lieutenant Engineering Temporal Ops? Which we're probably going to be putting this entirely to temporal. So we don't really care about it being stuck as engineering, but that does give us the question of, are we going to have engineering on this vessel? Because we could make this Lieutenant Commander Universal a science station, as well as this Lieutenant Universal station. And then we'd have heaps of science, as well as temporal and intel, and that would just be like a whole mess of exotics. Is that what we want to do? Do we want to have absolutely no engineering? To what degree is that going to bite us? Not having emergency powered engines would be unpreferable, shall we say. So this might end up being an engineer. This is probably going to end up being a science. So we're going to put this person here. And then we need to get that science superior Romulan operative. And one of the ways in which we could do that is actually using another elite bridge officer token to perhaps make Satra here more useful. Or Hyven, perhaps? Nope, he has no Romulan operative, so he would not upgrade to a superior Romulan. But she could. Is that what we want to do? Or do we want to buy one off the market? See, what's the probability? Because right now I think I have 3 Romulans. I have this one, obviously. My Federation Romulan, who's like very well built. I don't think I've upgraded Tovin yet. But you know what? I don't think we're going to worry about it. I think we're just going to go ahead and upgrade Satra because, like, why think about it too hard, right? We've got several of these, so we're not. Now I'm having second thoughts because, like, what if these actually are highly valuable and I shouldn't be throwing them away in this fashion? So, you know what? We're just going to do a quick check and see. Let's see. Bridge officers. Romulan science. Let's see how quickly we come across one of the superior variety. And we must always, like, it's honestly very irritating that you cannot search for traits on the exchange. You just have to inspect each and every one of these, which is one of the reasons why I would kind of be inclined to just use the token on her instead of wasting precious angry tooltip. Why? Instead of wasting our precious time searching through here for a Romulan operative, which, let's be honest, would probably be a minimum of 2 million. So we could probably skip ahead, but you never know if somebody is like, oh, I'll throw the exchange a present and just toss one of these superior Romulans on there for 50k. Basic Romulan operative. I tell you what, we're not searching past the first page because we are not trying that hard. At least probably not. Okay, well, just for curiosity's sake, I am going to, let's see here. This one's 200k. How about you? Oh, superior Romulan operative for 200k. That's not bad. They're blue. Let's see. Superior Romulan operative. You know what? We found a purple one for 200k. We're gonna go ahead and take that, I think. Well, let's see. Just checking for even lower one. Nope. So this one. Superior Romulan operative, subterfuge. Buy. We purchased it successfully. Let us see what we got. No. You report to medical for emergency plastic surgery. Yes, you will. Yes, you will. Okay. So, priorities. Welcome to the crew, Tarmac. Was that actually his name? Tarmac? Kind of obscured by the chat, so it's hard for me to tell, but I do believe that that might be what his name is. Okay, let us see here. I was performing the mercy of blocking his way, but we're going to have to make myself invisible while we adjust him, because I can't see him if you can't. So let's see here. Hopefully we have somebody relatively attractive that we can just throw on him, and yeah, that'll do. He might be a duplicate of somebody else, but you know, we had to fix that situation. We had to switch. We had to fix that situation, indeed. So again, he might be a duplicate of somebody else, but we'll find that out later. It's not that big of a deal. Okay, so rename, shall we? Yes, no, yes, no, yes. He will be, yep, Tarmac. But SRO by 1. And you are welcome, Tarmac. We're not going to consider this cruelty that I force all of my bridge officers to report for plastic surgery. That was a mercy. Like, let's be honest. That was a mercy. Now, let us see here. Stations. Tarmac, yes. So, we've got our infiltrator, superior Romulan operative, superior Romulan operative, superior Romulan operative, and a superior Romulan operative. So that will do us just fine. Gravity Well 3. We're going to have to train this person in Intel. And I saw this earlier, Goody, but I'm just going to clarify. What is your what on earth about? Is that in response to our special new friend who desperately required our aesthetic services? Let's see here.
How are you gonna spend
this is going to end up being 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That would be 7. Indeed, it was in response to that poor Romulan who obviously grew up next to a nuclear power plant with containment failure. Let's see, 1, 2, because I'm probably going to do back-to-back intel teams on this build for hide-and-seek shenanigans. So 1 intel power here. Oh, that is a good point. Neko did not return Neko's glorious visage. There we go. We have fixed the travesty that was. Grazie. Good temps for reminding us to reveal our beauty. All right, so what are we doing? Do I want... How many did I say? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 powers is decent for a unconventional systems build, if that's what we're going for. That's also one of the things we need to check. Does he have particle manipulator? Indeed he does. So yay, we are not going to be struggling quite as hard as we might have otherwise. But how much investment has gone into intelligence agent attaché? That's pretty spiffy for somebody that is kind of a afterthought, semi afterthought. Don't get me wrong, they're relatively well built, but not for like all occasions. It looks like that was our only like premium personal trait, but not a bad one. Let's see. The ship. Right, we have not upgraded the ship to have a tier 6 upgrade. Let's see here. Account bonk. Can you hear me now? Oh, interesting. We have discovered that one of my hotkeys for muting myself is not as exclusive as it was meant to be. Okay, well that's going to be something to be solved later because we'll just remember not to hit the hyphen key. I don't know what Neko would do without a goodie. Neko would be silent for long periods of time and nobody would tell Neko. Nobody. Again, we are jumping because of Black Desert Online's control scheme. Upgrade, yes. And this will give us an additional console slot, universal, an additional device slot, which I don't particularly care about that. But an additional turret slot is the grand prize here, so complete upgrade, yes, of our brand new shiny ship. Let's see, 4 forward, 2 aft. Let's see, the ship that we were flying previously was this one. Or perhaps, is there like a fleet? Yeah, this one rather. Oh, let's see, what did we have here? Good Day to Die. Okay. Got some interesting choices going on here. it'll be fine for like the short term. Let's see what character. Okay. That would put a damper. The fleet that I'm currently in on this character would put a damper on me getting a different deflector. But you know, we're not aiming for perfection. We're just having some fun and building a new ship. So that does beg the question how hardcore we want to go. Like right this second. I do want to head toward a whole bunch of aggressively science shenanigans though. So we'll see. Let us also find out how much monies this character has. Okay, not too shabby. 11 million for the, well, 11.5. For those who are perhaps just listening and not watching. That would not be enough for personal space traits, but I think I got some boxes on my main, which would mean that we wouldn't have to spend. We could just crack those puppies open. So we should probably check to see what the price is on the exchange, because if it's at a good rate, then you know it might be best to save those boxes for something more expensive than what we're aiming at. Like, for example, I would expect the independent wingmate to go into those boxes at some point in a hopefully not too distant future, in which case we would want to have access to that on a whole bunch of characters immediately. All right. Beg pardon, Neko is adjusting our vicinity for comfort. Okay, so. Oh goodness. Let's just go ahead and delete. Yep, be gone. Let us put on what we have. Later, I'm thinking I would probably either want to do the revolutionary two-piece or like Tilly two-piece here and then keep this prevailing innervated impulse for the speed and then do a fleet colony deflector here for the crit severity and chance. But again, we're not like going to do the song and dance of switching fleets right this moment to try and get that sorted. Disable visuals. These can also be discarded, the default weapons. I am uncertain of if the console that comes on this ship, I mean, it has an interesting interaction with the other consoles from the set. If you equip all 4 of them, it reduces their cooldown by half. But let's see here. I don't know if it would be worth all that. And I think we're not going to do it in this particular instance, regardless of even if it were going to be worth it on some iteration of this vessel or one of the others, because, or some other, they're probably universal. Yep, fully universal. You can put it on any ship. They might be useful on some ship someday, but that's not what we're doing. Let's see here. Do we have a kinetic cutting beam? We do not. I usually like having the kinetic cutting beam, but it's not necessary. So for the aft, we will put on this House Martok beam array, and let's see, probably this heavy biomolecular disruptor turret? Yes, so that we have a mixed arsenal. Like, might as well, right? Because we're going to do scatter volley and fire at will for superior area denial, so we can kind of like match our pets, I suppose. Are we... If we don't do energy on the front, if we're not going to use our already established weapons, if we're going to try hard. Let's see. Reputation voucher. Only 11k. Not great. Also, what do our... we probably don't have enough reputation stuff to purchase. Like, let's check. Reputation. Dyson should have one of the science torpedoes. Yes. How much would you charge us? Oh, we have those. What is this? Move over to be visible, please. 250. Okay, we could do this one. What else? The PEP torpedo is what we would want. And then we would want... Let's see. Dark. Nope, we don't have the dark matter torpedo. Is that the direction we want to go? I'm kind of inclined to say yes, but let us see what duty officers we have so far as well. Roster, active SPIS, technicians, and flight deck officers. So those flight deck officers will be useful and we will be keeping them. The technicians in this particular instance will not be something we're seeking to retain. Though we could, like, there's a version of this ship that would use engineering and all that. It's a little bit irritating to be building a character that does not already have a bunch of stuff, right? Like, that's why building the main is the easiest one, and then building anyone else is wildly expensive. Let's see here. Because I am thinking that I have these Terran Task Force Disruptor dual heavy cannons. And I have the Terran Task Force... Where is it? Surely I must... Yes. This Disruptor beam as well. So that would all be hitting quite hard. I mean, this ship could do an energy build quite nicely. Not what I wanted it for. You know what, we're just going to suck it up. Discovery. Let's look for that dark matter. Quantum. Check the price. That should be doable. Hopefully we already have the Lorcator console. Be quite disappointing if we did not. Lore. Yay! Okay. So let's see, how much dilithiums do we have? That should be enough. Do we need any other reputation things? I don't think so. We're going to go ahead and get this dark matter quantum. Get that building. Dyson. Get that going. And then we need a particle emission plasma torpedo. Nope, looks like we're going to be buying that. Over to the exchange we go. Particle emission. And this will be fine. Purchasing one for, what is that, 1.2 mil? And we might end up breaking into our ultimate tech upgrades. Maybe. Maybe. Have I been smart about sticking those into my account bank when I get them from an event? Let us find out. 13 there and 2 there. I feel like I would certainly have more than 2 from events, because those 13 came from the 13th anniversary bundle. They're all bound to account though, right? Like there's bound to account, bound to account. So it doesn't really matter. If I have some elsewhere, I'm kind of really hesitant to use those, but you know, those upgrade weekends are once in a blue moon. So like, are we going to have this build languish until the devs decide to grace us with another upgrade event? I mean, these aren't terrible quality, so I mean, we probably could, and it would be fine. And the dark matter. So we have a 4th forward slot, and the question is, do we want a torpedo or do we want an energy weapon? And honestly, I'm probably leaning toward a torpedo. And then getting some duty officers for torpedo cooldown. Let's do a search. Torp. See if we have anything of value. We do not. I wonder if my account bank maybe has like Kelvin one. Nope. Well, what torpedo would we want? I think the neutronic torpedo, which is a rep torpedo, but we run ourselves quite low of dill. So you know what? We might end up with a energy weapon in the front just to tide us over. The Terran Task Force Disruptor will be red. Do we care? Honestly, a little bit. But, oh, you know what else would probably be a good torpedo for this build, because it's a Romulan thing, is the Romulan. That one that fires 3 high yields every single time. That could be fun. But again, rep. So, you know, maybe that's something that if we do some like random TFOs, maybe we'll acquire that. But for now, we are going to look for... we don't have the Delphic. What else? Nope, we don't have a constriction anchor either. What about swarm? Okay, at least we have a swarmer matrix. We'll put that here. I am unsurprised that I don't have those science consoles because this ship was not, or this character was not aimed at science to begin with. Delphic. Goody is mentioning some potential spoilers for some things. I won't tell you what, because even that could be spoilery. So just cover your eyes, cover your ears. Let's see here. Delphic Terror Generator. That is not a bad price for one. Buy. Although we will very likely have to pilfer from the account bank. Constriction. Account bank. We're just going to go ahead and withdraw all for now because why not? 150 million. I'm sure it'll be fine. We won't need all of it, will we? Change protected status to on, and then purchase a constriction anchor for 7.8 million, which is honestly not bad. That's generally about what one would expect to pay. Okay, these are for the bonus exotic damage, and the Delphic Terror can actually do some work. You want to bind this to yourself forever? Yeah, fine, I guess. This one too? Yes, I guess. And then what else? I am looking at doing an unconventional systems build, which means we need to find out what unconventional systems costs right now. Unconventional 28 mil. That is also a relatively average price for this. Buy. It might be like 3 million over the 25, I would say, is probably about the ideal price, but it's fine, right? We're just hovering. Heads in the way. Unconventional systems, yes. So, dun dun dun. Because we are intending to do an unconventional systems build. Are there other traits that we could get? Yes, of course, but do we want to shell out that much? Terran. Is Terran with 2 R's or 1? I think it might be 2. Terran targeting. just shy of 30 million, which is honestly a little bit, you know, like it's within the price range. Usually you would find this for 25 to 35. What else? Adaptive offense, adaptive off. And we went specifically the space version. So we might have to genetic resequencer. Let us make sure that our sound has survived typing a dash. It appears to have done. Looks like I managed to thwart. So you're running around like a Ferengi with Goody. You are a bad boiler field person. About what I will not say. Space trait. Adaptive off. What? 28 million. Do we want to spend this much on getting this character done? I mean, we did just get the Into Darkness and Beyond pack. You know what? We're going to go for it. Buy. Space trait adaptive offense, yes. Buy. Transaction was successful. And then we're going to do Parentar getting systems. And we're going to buy that. Let's see, are there any other personal space traits that come to mind as we got unconventional systems, we got Terran targeting systems. Let's see. Oh, that's right. If you're typing it like this, it has to be like perfect and exact. What do we want? No, that's not going to do it, is it? If only I could remember what that trait was called. Resonating payload modification. 28 million. This would allow our torpedoes to reduce the resistance of enemies that they impact with, making them more vulnerable to kinetics. And then the other one that comes to mind is self-modulating. Hold on. Self-modulating. Did we not spell that correctly? Self-modula. We'll just... What? Is it possible that it's not on the exchange? Self? Oh. It's probably a hyphen again. Gosh darn it. Audio test. 1, 2. Yes. Okay. It looks like that is still there. Yes. Good. Let's see here. Self-modulating. fire. 33 mil. With a focus on exotics, I don't think it would be necessary on that one. Exotics and kinetics. Let's see here. What are we going to pull off for the fleet coordinator? Yeah, that's good. Beam training will not be necessary anymore. Accurate's pretty decent, but we may end up removing it. Let's see here. Unconventional systems. I would like to retain Thrill Seeker's flight speed, but, you know, we're not going to be able to if we are going to maximize our capability. I think we will retain Intelligence Agent Attaché, even though it is perhaps not quite as useful in a non-energy focused build, but, you know, I'd rather have it working for me than not. So, adaptive offense, Terran targeting systems. Isn't it just Christmas for this alt of mine? They're getting a whole bunch of extra special attention because they got a brand new toy. But is that not honestly the way of things? This is the way. Need to give myself a Mandalorian helmet. Then who needs face tracking, am I right? Fleet coordinator, yes, that is good. Conservation of energy. You know what? This might actually not be that useful for us because my intention is to basically be constantly hidden. I don't know. We'll see. Particle manipulator will definitely be worthwhile. Is this an empty slot? That is an empty slot. Purchase at Fleet Research Lab. Oh, so there's even traits, even more traits that I could have. If only this character were in a fleet that could acquire them. That is a problem for later. We will work with what we've got. Photonic capacitor is probably also not all that spiffy. What would I put? So some additional abilities that would be worthwhile would be self-modulating fire and that resonating payload modification. Were there any others? I think those were the only two that we were looking at. And they could easily be squeezed into this build without really much issue. Of course, the question is that an expense I want to make at this time? Oh, and there's always Enlightened for exotics and hull regen. Oh my goodness, why is that so expensive? That's ridiculous. No one should ever pay 70 mil for that. You can just get that out of a lockbox choice pack. So this is an anomaly. It must have been, there's been a run on it and it's been bought up. it's not necessarily even that impressive. It's like 15% hull regeneration and 15% exotic. So yeah, I wouldn't lose my mind over that. Let's see. Resonating. Resonating module attachment. No, that's the one for ground if I'm not. Resonating payload. Buy. We're splurging. That is the theme of today's stream, is splurging, because we bought those MUDs bundles and we're also then buying these things. Let's see, what was the other thing? Self. Okay, well that's delightful. That I'm going to have to change that hotkey. How annoying. I don't even know what I would change it to. A problem for later. We're not going to be typing hyphens any longer. Hyphen slash minus. It was supposed to just very specifically be the minus key of the numpad is what was supposed to be a mute toggle for me. So like if I have to cough or sniffle or something, that I could spare you, but yeah, apparently just the hyphen key is doing it too, and that's not working as intended. Let's see. So what I was going to say, or what I was saying, that my delightful viewers slash listeners were not privy to, apparently, how annoying, is that I'm happy to have you, although it looks like we may have lost some people, but yeah, subscribe if you're not. If you would be so kind. I need your warm body in my pile to make Twitch Senpai notice me. And give me that sweet, sweet ad revenue, perhaps. Payload modification, yes. That is true. The plus key is probably perfect for this particular porpoise. All right, so we have now acquired unless it is not wanting to update. Oh, yep, there we are. Did I not? I opened it. Where is resonating payload? Oh, there. Strange. It's like the one lockbox trait that I guess is not like orangey red. Okay, then. Yep. Okay, that should do that. Okay, so starship traits. Superior area denial. Cold-hearted is not something we're going to be using. Emergency weapon cycle is also not what we're going to be using, not unless we go with an energy build. History will remember is not going to be as necessary, I don't believe, because I don't anticipate us getting hit if the build works as intended. Relaunch and repair. Probably not. Not in this particular incarnation that we'll be aiming at. Let's see, do we have improved gravity well? We do not. How fun. At least not on this character, we would have to unlock it. All right, well, that's a problem for future Neko. Let us look at getting the rest of our consoles sorted. There are some things that we are going to have to acquire. Let's see. What did our other ship possess? Not that one. This one? What is your two-piece? Oh, well, that's 2.5% crit chance is not shabby, but I don't know if we'll be taking it. Most of these seem like they are not going to be useful for our particular purposes, other than the sensor suspension burst. But we will have to see how many active slots. Okay. From MUDs, I'm going to be acquiring from a bundle I purchased a while ago, the Maquis Raider, for the purposes of getting the Plasma Storm module off of it. All right, let's see here. And then I'm going to need the Genesis seed, which I believe comes from the Clark. That's a normal C-store ship. Oh, right. Clark. Because we cannot search for the console that we want and have it pop up. Yep, Genesis seed. Claim. Game popping up with an invalid entity name. Delightful. Hopefully we can still have Genesis seed. Yes, we can. Huzzah. All right. So I'm also going to want from events reclaim rewards. Temporal vortex probe, which I don't believe there's any way to acquire this in the game at this time. So very sorry about that to anybody who does not have access, but there are alternates that you could use. We might in fact be looking into some of those alternates as we do this, but because like what's the thing called? Something ignition off of the Equinox is what I would recommend as a possible substitute. That may actually just end up in this build. What else? We want the neutronic eddies, which will also be from a reclaim. Options? No, not that. I meant events, reclaim, ships. It will be the Rycian weather vessel. There we are, which can be acquired from Mud's Market. I believe it might be in there as an individual ship, in which case you want to wait for a 75% off sale to acquire it. Let's see. Yep. At least that didn't get an invalid entity name. Who's what's it? That was for the new Turonic Eddy. What else do we want? I'm going to move this here for now because I tend to be a little OCD with my placement of things, but you know, we'll see. How many free slots do we have left? One. You know, we'll just dismiss a ship if we have to. We could get the Equinox for its whatever ignition console. Plasma Storm. Genesis Seed. Temporal Vortex. Neutronic Eddies. We will have to see. I'm going to... I also want the console off of the Hydra. Hydra ships. Because it is for pet damage and for torpedoes. It increases the flight speed of torpedoes, high yields in particular. So, well, by which I mean specifically high yields. It doesn't affect the speed of normal torpedoes. And especially if we end up putting the Romulan triple high yield on the ship, then increasing their flight speed as much as possible would be beneficial. All right. We're probably going to want the Eagle. Just taking a second to look through here and see what ship we want to dispatch. The Clark can go ahead and be gone. Discharge. U period, S period, S period, Umbria. I want the console from the Eagle because it will reduce our torpedo global cooldown while also boosting torpedo deeps. Eagle. Okay, let's see here. Mm-hmm. We shall place this right. Well, not if that popped up and gets in my way. Right here. Since we're not doing mines, like we really couldn't effectively do mines, we don't have to worry about mine-based consoles. I'm quite curious. I believe the covert, there's a covert. I think it's from competitive. A console that says something about covert. I'm curious if it increases stealth, like innately. Something that's come to mind. Let's see here. This covert munition deployment console. The special shtick of this is the two-piece hidden payload, which when out of combat allows you to park in place and effectively be cloaked. And that can be very useful for any TFO or, you know, like whatever it is that you're doing where enemies are annoying you and you want to not be disturbed while you, say, liberate Borg, like in Borg Disconnected, then you can equip the two-piece of this and just sit there quietly and cloakedly, and as long as nothing gets too close or you don't get hit by like an AoE, then you will stay hidden and can just freely intervene. Quantum projectile damage. Starship stealth. Starship control expertise. So that might be relatively useful. But probably not like grand scheme. I was just thinking about if I'm doing the Excitus Acta Probat Starship trait hidden carrier shenanigans that I was planning on doing, that additional stealth might be good, but you know, we'll just have to think about. I've never really looked to build for stealth, but you know, added stealth to the build could be interesting. Let's see here. You know, assuming it's not perfectly effective right off the bat. I'm not going to need to keep this for its trait, so let us go ahead and discharge it. Actually, we're going to dry dock it because that's quicker than me typing out its name. We'll just leave it there for now. And then, because what else am I going to need? Right, I want the Equinox. Ships. Nope. Equinox. Let's see, what does it say it has? Nucleogenic ignition. Flame. I believe I have generally gotten like 25k DPS out of this console in parses. So interesting, it came named Hestia. That's not for you. There's a class for that. There's a whole other class of Hestia. Nucleogenic Ignitor. What other exotic console? The one that I normally end up forgetting is the Genesis Seed. So since we've already secured that one, I'm just like super paranoid that there's something that I'm just not thinking about as a active exotic shenanigan. Okay, well, I know that's something that we could do. And in fact, I would probably move this here and then sensor suspension burst, because this is a universal console that will affect our pets, giving them increased, let's see here, let's move it so that it is visible. 30% critical hit chance. Well, no, I think that says 20. Well, we're focusing on the pets anyway, that's to the player. Okay, so yes, that does say 30% critical hit chance for 20 seconds to the pets. It also placates foes, but like, yeah, well, you know, we are being a hidden carrier. Well, that's our goal, rather, so that will probably actually be useful. But I'm thinking that with our unconventional systems build, that this will have a relatively high uptime, so that will be good for our pet damage. So that's a decent active console that we can put on. Although, I do like decentralized immunity from the Trailblazer. But we probably won't need its immunity. I mean, well, we won't have its critical severity increase either, but again, this build's not going to be perfect because if we were aiming toward perfection, we would be, you know, making sure that we have that colony deflector or the Jaula revolutionary two-piece. So it's just going to be like, you know, a little less than what we were than perfection, but it's fine. Okay, so now we're going to need some new duty officers. Did we spent a whole lot of monies already. Do we have the funds? Very probably not. But let us find out. So reset. And we're going to look into duty officers, tactical, projectile weapons officer, search. We also want them to be, well, let's aim at very rare and see what we find. Yep, those are already at the million bracket. And this is also a Klingon aligned character. Looks like that would be a little spicy pricey. Hold on. I've been doing a little dance with my stuffs here because of screen real estate constraints. Projectile weapons. Yeah, and they're being like 8 million. We are not paying that. Not at this time. And honestly, rare often suffices. That recharge of mines. Okay, I was just checking to see. Yeah, looks fine. But yeah, we're gonna leave it for now. Recharge torpedoes. Recharge torpedoes. Both of them are Klingon. Yes. Take this one. Buy it. Take this one. Buy it. All right. That should give us 3 torpedo duty officers. For all of our torpedo-y shenanigans that we are expecting to now do. All right. So with flight deck officers and torpedoes, we are, torpedo cooldown, we are heading toward our build. Now, I think next we're going to end up looking at starship traits, which will probably actually involve a lot of us leveling ships to get those traits in the first place. Yay! But we are going to take a break at this time so that our lovely viewers can stretch their legs, grab a snack, use the litter box, whatever you got to do. And so I will be back shortly, and then we will continue. Alrighty, and we are back. Let us see here. This. There we go. We are back where we should be. Everything looks like it's in order. Let us just do a quick double check. Our audio looks like it should be restored. All right. So, as I stated before, our not a commercial break, unless Twitch ran ads, which was not my fault. Let's see here. We are at the point where I believe we're going to be leveling some completely unrelated ships to get our starship traits. But first, I'm going to go ahead and sell off this vendor trash. Vendor trash, be gone. Let's just do a double check to make sure we didn't sell off something important. Good. Looks like we are getting ourselves some boxes. You know, these are things that would have already been on this character that I just didn't bother. We've actually got a bunch of choice of marks, so we might be able to get the Romulan torpedo. Let's see. Oh, that's right, our problem was dilithium. And also Romulan marks. So we'll put a pin in that. For meow. What's your account rank? What is account rank? Endeavor level. Let us see here. 690. Alrighty, let us see here. Right. Ships that we're going to level. I'm going to need the Hydra. I'm going to want its trait. We are going to want improved gravity well, so we're just going to swiftly dry dock this to get it out of our way. And then we're going to need this. This should give us improved gravity well for our purposes. Yep. So claim. Let's see. Traits. I'm betting we do not have spore-infused anomalies already, because this character was basically built to go into one ship and fly it one way. So we're going way off book. Which means so much more work, doesn't it? All right, let's see here. So much more than one would have hoped. Yep, this one. Let's see which one of you. Well, you don't need to be kept out and about. Dry dock. For posterity. The ship that we want to know is called this Somerville. Is it? I think it's Somerville. Yes. Claim. Let's see, where does that put us? So we are planning on using superior area denial. So this would be the Hestia trait. Improve gravity well, spore-infused anomalies. Excitus acta probat for my intel shenanigans. What else? We are going to be using some temporal abilities, so we might want to get the trait from that flying shoe. Do I have that? Did I bother buying that? I don't recall. I remember I was holding off on purchasing the temporal dreadnought. Nope. That's right. We need to switch to the ships tab again. Ships. Temporal. Temporal dreadnought cruiser. Although it'd be a bit of a toss-up between this and the Sona kick them while they're down trait for improved crits. We shall see. I think what we'll do is we will Muds. Okay, we want Section 31 Intel Science Destroyer for the Excitus acta probat trait. Claim. Let's see. Do we have the slots? Nope. So we're going to have to put something away. You are no longer of use, I don't believe, but I don't want to deal with your experimental weapon. Yeah, we'll go ahead and dry dock you. I believe that Excitus acta probat will actually be our first acquisition because it will be our best defense. All right, but obviously we need to get our bridge officers sorted. Okay, that's already good. Need to teach this one intel. Need to teach this one temporal. And I think we're going to have to go raid my main for cash because I've already eaten a whole bunch of monies on a bunch of expensive traits and things that this character probably honestly didn't need per se, but you know what? Splurging is kind of the theme of today. So change character. And yes, I have several characters that are themed, and my main is Cyclops from the X-Men, with Storm, Jubilee, Colossus, and Iceman on his away team. And you can see the Kelvin type ship that I have equipped to him currently. It's honestly not at all built. I just slipped into it because it's pretty and I wanted to fly around and look at it. Let's see here. Monies. Time to theft some cash. Okay, so how much money is... Well, let's just ask the exchange how much it's going to charge us for... Let's see. Specialization. Qualification. It would help if we were searching the right category and also didn't have a rarity selected. Okay, Intel. We'll just go ahead and buy it here, honestly. Buy. And then we also need... Temporal is not being forthcoming. Okay, come on now. Really? There's only one on the exchange? That seems unusual. Hold on. We're going to be specific. We're going to do a little cheaty cheat here so I don't have to type that out. And just replace temporal. Just the one. You know what? It's fine. We're going to make back the monies. Just from doing patrols. Goody. Harassing the viewers. You must speak now. Neko does not demand your chat participation, though you may. Although Neko does demand that you follow me if you have not already, because I need your warm bodies in the pile to make Twitch Senpai notice me. If you would be so kind. But of course, I'm obviously not being serious. That is your prerogative. But if you want to help a Neko out and follow, like, and subscribe, or like whatever, however Twitch works, I need like, I think 50 followers, and that's when Twitch Senpai will acknowledge my existence. So it would be most helpful if you would add your warm body to the pile. I promise when I make loaf on top of said pile, I will not need you too viciously. I will keep my claws retracted. When I make the biscuits on your back. All right. Let us see. We need our qualifications out of the bank. And let us see here. Go ahead. Yeah, we'll go ahead and train this one in temporal. Temporal. Yes. And then our science infiltrator shall learn intelligence. Dun, dun, dun. Okay. Switch to intel. Switch to temporal. Let's see. We are going to want these to be... I want Intel Team 1 and Intel Team 2. Oh, that reminds me. We actually do need more monies. All right. Well, actually, we'll just buy the trait on my main and then transfer it over because that will be a simpler process. Just as soon as the game loads. Okay, and then go to the exchange. Hopefully it is not ridiculously priced. We are looking for fresh from R&R. 31 million actually seems a little bit steep, but it's fine. Buy. Like I said, we're going to be earning back some monies from patrolling, so like not nearly as much as we're spending on this character, but I'm going to consider it a way to soothe my aching wallet. All right. Now the purpose of our rush from R&R, are we on the right side? Count bonk. At least I'm quite certain we didn't already open this box. Good. Okay, the purpose is to keep us as hidden as possible. We want to lower. We want to lower the shared cooldown of our team abilities with Fresh from R&R to have our Excitus Active Probat once we have acquired it, and our back-to-back intel teams once they are equipped, to make us basically constantly cloaked. We're basically trying to be the scimitar. We want to be cloaking. We want to be firing while cloaked. Oh, that's a trait that we were... Okay, that's a trait that we're going to want to put on is Entwine Tactical Matrices. We've got a lot of competition for our trade slots. Isn't that always the truth? Intelligence space. We want Intel Team 1. Let's see how... Let's see. What am I going to want here? Very probably Ionic Turbulence 2. Let's just do a quick little scan. Yep, that is what we're going to want. Lane this, yes. Then the reason why we're picking that is because not only is it a debuff, but it counts as an anomaly for spore-infused anomalies. So that's going to be very useful for us. And then, let's see here. Temporal. It's going to have to be Heisenberg amplifier, a confuse. We want it primarily for its control. And then for our lieutenant ability, chronometric inversion field, because that also counts as an anomaly, but will also nerf enemy damage, improving the survivability of ourselves and our team. So, skills of this person here. Let us make sure we are on the appropriate level. Yes. Lieutenant and ensign. So, Heisenberg amplifier. Chronometric inversion. Okay. So, do we want... We are actually running into a little bit of a conundrum, because I might actually want more science. You know, we were talking earlier about whether or not we wanted this engineer to be here, because I kind of would like to have emergency power to auxiliary and emergency power to engines. Auxiliary for our science shenanigans and engines to make sure that we have plenty of get up and go. But we're currently using a competitive engine, so we'll have some get up and go from these powers, these tactical abilities that will be triggering it. Should be triggering it. Let us mercifully hope that is the correct version. Innervated, yes. So we might want another science person, actually, so that we can have enough science. I'm thinking we're going to want photonic officer. I think we're going to want photonic officer for the cooldowns. And I would not be terribly content with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, 6 is not a bad number for unconventional systems, but 7 is a better number. But is that 1 power worth it? Because there's no other ensign power that counts as a control for science except for jam targeting sensors. Right? Pretty sure. So, I mean, as that 1 science power would count as a spore-infused anomaly trigger, so it would still be perfectly fine. And then we would be able to have, like, scramble sensors. Or perhaps tractor beam repulsors here, and then maybe photonic shockwave here. Yeah, tractor beam does count, but yeah, that's correct. Thank you for correcting me. But the I like tractor beam repulsors, and so they work against each other because they share a cooldown, and I would much rather have repulsors than tractor beam level 1, because tractor beam repulsors you can activate any time and have it go off and function for unconventional systems, and it's very much more useful in more scenarios, in my opinion, for both damage and defending yourself than tractor beam, like normal tractor beam is. So that's why I didn't really count it. But yes, you are correct. Tractor beam could be used. But yeah, I'm not intending to cuddle things, so we'll see. But I don't think I'm going to go that path. Well, let's go ahead and start putting things into place. Jam sensors, 1. Photonic officer, 1. And then tractor beam repulsors, 2. Although it might actually even be beneficial to use photonic officer, 2. We'll go with what we've got for now. Let's see how. Okay, so that is our science superior Romulan operative. Jam. Oh, promotions in order. Photonic officer. Remote. Tractor beam. Repulsors. All right. Whoops. That's what I meant. Oh, you know what? I'm a liar because very cold in space is available at Ensign, and that counts as a control power and it counts as an anomaly. So we're definitely going to want it. So that'd be 1, 2, 3. That'd be a 4th anomaly. It's been a minute, honestly, since I've built a science vessel. Like, I have them built and have not thought too much about them. Well, I don't know, that or we can use the excuse that Black Desert Online has been consuming all of my processing power, trying to not be overwhelmed by its immense depth and breadth. Yes, so the thing is, actually I would very happily lose Jam for Very Cold in Space. So that would be an option too if we want to retain an engineer for the emergency powers. But let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That would be 8 control abilities for unconventional systems. So honestly, I kind of want to just like balls to the walls on that one. I think we shall. I think we shall. Alrighty. Well, we don't have the bridge officers to accommodate that at this time. If we want to be superior Romulan operatives across the board. So we are going to, well, the game seems a little laggy. That is most unfortunate. Perhaps I have too many open browser tabs or something. Let's see here. Hopefully it's like, I can only imagine once we get into space and things are going off. Let's see. Romulan. Science. We're just going to skip right past all of this, because we know that these are going to be the ones that'll probably be superior Romulan operatives somewhere. Yep, there's one. But do we want to look a little bit farther and see if there's a purple one? Being elusive. Might have to settle for a blue, which would be fine, honestly. Oh. Do I want to spend that much? It's honestly not that much. Yeah, fine. I'm just becoming more... Oh my gosh, how do you have the exact same butterface? Ah, goody! Do you see what I see? We purchased a bridge officer earlier that was like this exact face, but more green. So, wow. Okay. We shall rename you to SRO Psi 2, if I'm not mistaken. And then you are going to be reporting immediately for plastic surgery. I am not proud of my shallowness, but I am not ashamed of it either. So that is a face. That is a face. Okay, we're going to have to remove my adorableness while we correct this person. I'm pretty sure that the other one was green, but the face, I could swear, might be literally the exact same. Let's try this one. It kind of looks like it might be the same one that we did last time. Nah, he's different. Same haircut, but he's different. So I'll just go ahead and purchase that and be done with it for now. I will put more effort into that later. But for now, we just don't want we don't want that face popping up if we get hailed. Captain, ah! I mean, yes. What was his name? He's our second Psi. Dikma. Yes, Dikma. What do you have to report? Captain, are you averting your eyes from your screen for some reason? No, I am just looking at this pad very intently. It has suddenly become much more important that I keep my eyes on it for classified reasons that I cannot share with you. Alrighty. Oh, I heard a deedle. Hold on, we're going to check that deedle for the just in case. Just in case it was something relevant. Does not appear to be so, at least not at this time. Okay, so let us return our adorableness. Dun, dun, dun. And then... Okay. Yes, I believe we are going to put jam on this person and then put very cold in space on our SRO Psi 1 because... Whoop, because I tend to place the more expensive abilities, okay now, on the number one person, but you know, we'll see. Sometimes other people end up with it because it just depends on what's available. Jam sensors once again. And then what? What is your lieutenant ability? Nope, it's not going to be that. Promote. For those who might just be listening, it is jam sensors too. So let's see here. Did I not? I believe I already purchased. Yes, okay. And then we're going to do... hold on, let's see. gonna have to do a quick little searchy search for Star Trek Online Photonic Shockwave. Need to remind myself what its global cooldown is. Or duplicate ability cooldown. 30 seconds. That is better than scramble sensors would be. Although scramble sensors could be quite useful. For example, when you're going up against the Zenkethi, scrambling their sensors makes their invulnerability shields go down. But we do have our Heisenberg amplifier, which will have a similar effect with Confuse. The improved global cooldown means it would be contributing more toward our unconventional systems shenanigans. So I'm thinking that that's the direction that we probably will go. So let us acquire a tractor beam, repulsors, 1. Though we also might as well grab scramble sensors while we're at it, just in case. Scramble, where are you? There you are. Hi. Yes. Skills. Learn the scramble. Learn the repulsors. We're going to equip repulsors, and then we're going to put photonic shockwave 1 here at the lieutenant commander slot. Bye. Yes. Photonic shockwave. Okay. So 1, 2, 3. This will be very cold in space. Once it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We will have 8 control abilities for our unconventional systems shenanigans. And then 1, 2, 3, 4 anomalies, 4 spore-infused anomalies. I think that will do nicely. Do I have account bank? Yes, we have ornaments. Let us find out if the event store is going to count them from the account bank or if I'm going to have to... Yep, I'm going to have to pull them into my inventory temporarily. Okay. Events, event store, winter, very cold in space, 1. Purchase. Yes. Then count a bunk. We want to return all of this, por favor. Grazie. Now, SRO Psi 1. Skills. Very cold in space 1. Yes. Alrighty. Just a quick little yes, yes, yes. Yes, 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 yes. Okay. Status. Okay, traits, traits, traits. This will probably be less necessary. I could put on some increased exotic damage, but I think for cooldowns, I might want this chronocapacitor. That's the direction I'm going to lean for now. I feel like there was a science trait, like a science beneficial trait that had come to mind. I was like, oh, right. I did not acquire that yet, did I? What was it? Oh well. So we're going to want, that may have been a little bit premature swapping out that trait because we're not going to be hidden when we are doing, we're going to go ahead and switch that back. We are not going to be hidden, at least not until we get our Excitus Acrobat trait. So let us leave that for now. Let us save our loadout. And now the fun begins of acquiring traits. Starship traits, that is. Okay. Yep, this is the one we want. I believe there's a setting that I do not have turned on that transfers all of your equipment to a new vessel, which might be beneficial under these circumstances. It can very often be frankly annoying, but let's see. Just looking for where that setting might be located. Perhaps chat knows the answer, but I think we're actually going to just ask Google real quick because maybe that is our best bet of getting a swift answer. Let's see. Star Trek Online. Move equipment to readied ship. From 2015, there's a blog post about it. Let's see. First time a new ship is used. The new ship cannot have had any items moved to it manually. This feature will work either when readying the starship for the first time through the ship selector or when switching to the new ship for the first time in space. The new ship can't have any loadouts created for it. The basic gear of the new ship will be moved onto the inventory of the player. Yep. Only common items will be moved to the player's inventory. Okay, it would be helpful if this blog told me how to change that setting. Well, here's a Reddit post asking how to prevent it. So if we follow the reverse, 20 minutes longer than it needed when it came to setting up my consoles, blah, 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 blah. When I pressed my ready starship, it swapped, blah, blah, blah. How to I disable this? Let's see. Comment removed by moderator. Thank you so much. This was honestly one of the only things I didn't like about Stowe, and you told me how to disable it, but the comment was removed by moderators. Are you kidding me? Let's see. Okay. Okay. You have got to be kidding me. The comment that tells us how to do it in that Reddit thread was removed by a moderator. Okay. So it's going to be, honestly, we do need to find the answer though, because this is going to be too much moving around for me to do that manually every single time. So we're going to take a moment to really look. Oh, right here. Wow. Move equipped items to newly ready ship. On. Apply. Okay. It was under basic settings. Duh. Chat, why did you not point out that it was right in front of me? Oh, okay, let's see here. Ready starship. Here's the test. Dun dun dun. No? Yes? No? Yes? Yes. Okay, so we don't need enhanced tractor drones, however. Unequip. So what from our intended build is missing? The locator is probably our biggest missing thing here. To correct that, we will simply do this. I am now being reminded that the Kiri Torment engine is a very good science console that I do not have on this character yet, and is kind of a little bit of a pain to get. It would probably be worthwhile. But I'm also remembering that other trait that I had thought, oh, that would probably be useful, wouldn't it? I will have to go up to my main. That's the only way we shall afford it. Let us do a quick little check, though, just to make sure. What is it called again? We will locate it on our main when we purchase it for ourselves. And then we will have the misfortune of having to debate which of our shiny new traits is going to get the axe already because we have run out of spaces. We would have more spaces if this character had purchased the trait expansion, but we obviously didn't have the resources to do that when we were temporarily in a higher level fleet just for the purposes of purchasing things. Let's see here. Fragment of AI tech. 27 going on 28 mil. Bye. It's fine. Our Klingon Romulan science officer will not be relegated anymore. They are going to be a top of the line character. Not that they were shabby before, but now they're like really trying hard. Harder. My goodness, that Kelvin is pretty. We will enjoy poking at it at another time. Let's see here. Account to bank. Fragment of AI tech. This is one of the best sources of control expertise in the game, so I would be loath to be without it, especially on a ship that's actually trying to science. So let's see here. All of our traits are good. Like, we'd be perfectly fine if we had the unlock. At this time, I'm thinking that self-modulating fire is probably... Because with all of our exotic shenanigans basically having 100% shield bleed through, I'm thinking that self-modulating fire at this time is not as important. It would be certainly a boon to slot, but we're just going to postpone its entrance into this build until we can do a little bit more work down the road. It will be in the Fs. There we are. Okay. Stations. And of course, I'll have to remember to slot that again once we go back to the other ship. Oh, that's a tactical. Very interesting. Okay, let's see here. This is a ship that can swap between tactical and science modes. And they gave it, like, hold on, is this in... No. Okay, that's universal. Engineering. Science. Science. Tactical. Okay, so it only has 2 specialist seats. They're both Intel, but they are both attached to the commander. So the tactical and the science that can... Only one of them is a commander at a time, depending on which mode you're in. But putting it on both is a very interesting thing to do because it makes sure that you have full access to your commander intel, regardless of which mode you're in. So yeah, that's pretty nifty. I haven't actually flown this ship seriously. I honestly got it for the trait. Not that I won't eventually. Just, it's not necessary at this time for me to fly it for realsies. we're going to use this person because I already know they have this. And the intel powers, which will likely still be useful even in our current state. Let's see. SRO Psi 1. I should change their default abilities so that they are not so onerous, but it's fine for now. Let's see. SRO Psi 2. Jam. No, that's right. We never trained this person in engineering abilities because we chose not to bother with them. So we will go do that now. And this, if we're in science mode, should only go up to a lieutenant commander. So we might do fire at will, cannon scatter volley, and beta, which we already have ready and willing to go. So dun dun dun. Okay, let's get that engineer terrain. Okay, engineering space. We're going to want emergency power to engines 1. And I'm thinking emergency power to auxiliary 2. Oh, I'm also remembering that we may very well not have a normal warp core on this character. That should be easy enough to remedy. Yep, it retained the warp core. Do we have a warp core that is superior? Probably not enough for us to actually bother. We will leave it. It'll be fine. Skills. Emergency power to engine. Emergency power to augs. Dun, dun. I think I will take a moment to go ahead and make those the default skills. And then this photonic officer. Very cold in space. Jam. Targeting sensors and tractor beam repulsors. And then cannon scatter volley and beta. And then we need our infiltrator dude. In particular, at the very least, gravity well 3 needs to be his default. And there's not really any harm in making sure that these intel abilities pop in if they are available. That'll be much less inconvenient than having to like slot all of these actively. Okay, I believe that has us covered. Although, what we are also going to have to delightfully do is put all of our stuff on the bar. Yay! And there are so many powers and things that we're going to be doing. I wonder if this transfer thing will also transfer that. It would be a sweet, sweet mercy. if it does. We're going to have to adjust our little situation here so that we can see. Alrighty, this. Okay. Oh, a combat variant cloak. So that's a battle cloak. Although, why did it darken when we... Let us get in closer. Interesting. I was not aware it had a battle cloak. Disable visual. And then... Let's see, what is this? Tactical mode. I don't anticipate that being necessary at this time. What is this? Sensor analysis. Very unlikely we're going to be using that because it is simply too much work when things are exploding so readily. Let's see here. Call Kobayashi Maru, put that there. Temporal Vortex here for now. That's fine there. You can go over here. What is this? Pelvic tear. I tend to actually go ahead and spam that. Did it go? Yes, it did. That could actually be an interesting console to use. So we're going to put that here. You know, judiciously. Deploy drone swarm. Actually, we're going to leave that there because we do have the Hydra console on here. Very interesting. Okay, let's see. Well, actually, we don't need that console on this ship. Whatever, it'll be fine. I actually like to put on evasive maneuvers because it helps me to know where other things are supposed to go relative to it. Emergency powered engines. Nope, something's already there. You will go there then. Oh. You shall be placed here. This might end up here, but we shall see. And this could be useful for healing ourselves if necessary. As could this. Generally, like this to be the very first thing in my spam bar so that if my health gets low enough to trigger it, it goes off before my health goes back up, potentially. Do I already have Plasma Storm? Not yet. We shall place you here. And then I like Gravity Well here. That is right. We also like to have our intelligence teams very early in the spam bar, so that guarantees our best uptime of these abilities. Since they are our greatest defense, as well as contributing to our offense. We want those here. Ionic Turbulence. May end up in here. What is this? Why is that up there? Is that not here? It is. Okay, bye-bye now. Then jam sensors. Photonic Officer we also like to have early in our spam bar because things that are activated while it's active cool down, and so I find that preferable that this be early so that everything activated after it gets that cooldown. Photonic Shockwave. I think we've run out of spaces here, so here. And then this can also be useful for survival purposes, but also boosting our science damage temporarily. Damage booster. Actually, I would prefer this to be here. Kind of often just let this be spammable, even though it has the annoyance of putting you into combat and keeping you in combat until it ends. Well, that's silly. These shouldn't be here. These should be perhaps here. What is this? Already have that elsewhere. I actually perhaps, what is this? I want these early as well, as early as possible for that to get up and go. Subnuke. Let us make sure we have everything. Generate, summon, temporal, Genesis Seed, neutronic ignition, constriction incore. I want that over here actually. Engage the Hydra. Very cold in space. Can actually go over here now. All right, so we will probably want maximum power to augs, everything else to weapons, based on what we've currently got. This can be removed in favor of an additional Omni. Let's see what we got. That is good. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, let's see here. Okay then. Save the loadout. I believe we are prepared. Oh, wait a minute. Disable visuals. Now, I believe we may in fact be prepared to go do battle. Patrols. We want rescue and search.
Thank you for coming to.
Yes, yes. Are we disinclined to function? We are. Okay, so we will have a moment to correct that in a bit. All right, let's see.
Yeah, for the moment.
Let us try this again, shall we?
Two of our.
Okay, there we go. That is correct.
Won't make it.
Klingon vessels are warping into your position.
Yes, yes, rescuing the people.
That's one less rift to worry about. Let's regroup with Kumarke.
Bad news, I'm afraid. Klingons are approaching our position.
Bad. Evil Klingons, you stop that. Alright, that should be a reasonable distance. the very next thing we will probably want is improved gravity well to ensure our gravity wells have at least a constant uptime. To trap our prey, we prefer shooting our fish in a barrel. Yes, we do. Mm-hmm. I am reminded that I could put up the parser so that at least we could be collecting some data from this. Here we find ourselves. Goody. You shut your cry hole. I will tolerate none of your bullshit. This would have been a much more straightforward process if I weren't literally building everything. Like if I were doing this on my main. But this is my Romulan science person, so obviously they deserve my recently acquired Talaro. Talaru, whatever it's called.
Let's deal with the stragglers, shall we?
Alright. Presents for Neko. Nom 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 nom. We eat all the little noms. And we can take Ramulan marks. Because we are very strongly considering the Romulan torpedo, the Romulan rep torpedo as a part of our shenanigans, because that would be very Romulan of us with our Romulan ship. That reminds me, what are we using for specializations? Command and Miracle Worker. We're going to switch that to Temporal. Temporal primary, Miracle Worker secondary. All right. All the noms have been nommed.
I think that was the... Indeed.
All in all, hopefully that is a fully leveled ship. If there is any mercy. Yay! Yay, okay. So save to loadout 1. I feel like there was something I was going to correct. Wasn't there? But then I forget what that is, so... Beam onto DS9. Improved gravity well is our next target. All right, let us see how our auto equipping thingamabop works on this one. Okay. I think we will replace this with wait. Does this character not have the wide? Okay, I do. Take that. The Lorca already transferred. What else? Nucleogenic, neutronic, temporal, delphic, genesis, plasma. Yeah, that's all good. What is this console? I don't think we care about that. What consoles do we have that might be missing? Thinking sensor suppression burst. All right. Does that mean we're ready to go? Not until we... Oh, that's right. It certainly, probably, definitely won't bring our trays over because we have to equip our bridge officers. Let's see. At least these are universal so that we can have a rather healthy dose of science on here. We can make a fake science ship out of this Andorian escort. All right, let's see. Yes, yes. So what are we going to put here? Jam sensors could go here. And then, I don't know, maybe a hazard emitters for safety. We're not going to concern ourselves with the tactical thing because we are not equipped to properly use it anyway. Pardon me, making some adjustments. Okay. There we go. So yes, I was thinking scramble. And then maybe hazard emitters, which we already have this here. Polarized hull would be decent. Actually, we may in fact go in that direction. And then, so we'll just go get, oh, hold on. Do I have, nope. Again, a little hop because we are used to Black Desert Online's control scheme. Let's see here. Okay. Scramble sensors 1. Yes, that is correct. Okay, so that will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Not bad. Control powers. Let's go ahead and get torpedo spread 2. There we go. Might as well. I think we're actually ready to just hop into space. Yep, hop into space, get it ready. Then we shall have improved gravity well. Bom, bom, bom. Again, we will do mostly augs. Everything else into weapons. We shall place our evasive maneuvers immediately. As our guidepost. What is this? Temporal vortex. Plasma Storm. Hmm. Okay, Cannon Scatter Volley. Yes, this for heals in case we need it. That's already on the bar. So is that. Move this here. Oh, that's on the bar. This goes right here. Those are both already on the bar. You, right there. That should be on the bar. We'll go ahead and put that over here for now. This should be right here. Photonic Officer toward the start. Photonic Shockwave control ability. Polarized Hull I also generally kind of like toward the start. Not a priority, but that's just how I tend to roll. Scattering field once again shall go in there. Control, what is this? Sensor scan here. Sub nuke. That should be on the bar, that too. This here. What are these? Preferable for these to be sooner because we want the control abilities to cool them. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, and then 6. So that should be everything. So we're going to go ahead. Is everything in place? I don't know. Are we going to launch ourselves into a problem? Yes. Because we don't want to take too much time. Just normal too much time with all of this. Actually, I kind of want to get the flotsam projector or whatever it's called. So we will see what we have so far. And we shall beam back aboard. For the purposes of maximum AoE murder, we shall equip the appropriate, well, either the projector or the one from the Strike Wing Escort. Let's see here. Do we have it? Oh, we already have the Phlogiston Projector. Why? I do not know why I would have gotten this already on this character. Is it subspace depth charge? No. Well, I don't know why we have this. Cone AoE, yep, that is correct. Don't know why we have it, but it's what I was coming here for, so we're going to go ahead and just slap that puppy on and get to work. No debate. No. No agonizing, because this is not even our objective, right? So patrols, I'm kind of loath to do. And where is it? Trouble over Tur without constant gravity well. So we're going to risk our biscuit on the 9th rule. As that seems, I mean, that could go very poorly for us as well. That could go horribly for us if it is the Hirogen with their constant sub-nukes, but hopefully we have enough scientific ridiculousness to get rid of them all with extreme prejudice.
Marauder class. They've decloaked.
Yes, yes.
Enough of their ships for salvage. I'll be under cloak.
I don't know how he convinced the Breen to join in, but he did.
That phlogiston projector certainly looks aggressive. I think I would very much have liked
Well, there's good news.
the weapon that we didn't bother agonizing over because it would suck everything together. But it's fine.
The spores, Madron. Hand them over, and we'll let you live.
Huzzah, not the Hirogen.
This deal gets worse by the minute.
I won't tell the Gorn we have the spores if you don't.
Yes, yes. Come along.
The Birmingham is ready for action. I'll add a task of
Good for you, Birmingham, but we need to get into position so that we are ready when the thingies start showing up. Oh, I forgot this is a pilot ship.
When I'm done here, I'll feed your corpses to my hatchling.
Okay, so let's move ourselves into position. How handy dandy. Blinded by science. I can't get no sleep. Yawn. You greet us in the language of our people. You honor us. I apologize if I did not see your message for a bit, as we are trying to get our traits together. There's a much higher probability that there will be unpleasant explosions. Not normally. I do have a Haitian character who flies a kitty carrier because I'm a sucker for a theme. But most of my characters are actually themed after, well, you know, I have a few that are actual Star Trek themed,
Keep up
but
the pressure.
oh, nope, stop all of that. I have a lot of characters that are themed based off of like DC and Marvel heroes. My main is Cyclops from X-Men. So we know what you came here for. The ears. Let's see here. Romulan marks. I have not yet looked into how to give myself a tail, but I bet it's possible. And I bet it would be adorable. And that's a project for another time. There's never enough time for all the things.
What?
Okay,
Well,
yes.
Modron's on his way
Yes.
to effect.
Let us hope and pray. Oh, follower received. Thank you. I can't get no sleep. Your warm body has been added to my pile, and perhaps one day Twitch Senpai will notice me. I need 50 warm bodies in my pile. That's the only time that it will notice me. What were they looking here for? Right. This. Oh, mastery. Oh, huzzah! We are fully mastered. I'm gonna go sell some of our vendor junk. I require 50 subscribers, if I'm not mistaken, for Twitch to acknowledge me as existing.
What can
So I need... But like I said, I promise, when I make loaf atop the pile, I will knead gently and keep my claws retracted. I will be a good, kind Neko. I won't make biscuits with my razor blade paws. My Edward Neko hands. Let's see here, making sure we didn't delete anything of import. Nope. I don't know how many subscribers I have, actually. I've just been hoping to organically achieve them. I'm honestly not even sure where to look. Wouldn't it? I would expect it would just be on my profile. But hold on, are we going to take a break? We could take a break to find out how many subscribers I have. Hmm. Where to know? Yes, I bought things from Muds. Okay, well, you know what? The subscriber count is actually not as forthcoming as I was hoping. Maybe, well, also my chat's a little bit in the way because I have it as an overlay. I don't know. I have a suspicion that Goody is going to find it and tell us what it is. But let's see. We're going back here. So, yes, I purchased the Into Darkness and Beyond Mega Bundle because I like every one of those ships, and it's actually a reasonably good deal in terms of like price to what you get. 28 whole subscribers. Oh my gosh, we're over halfway there. I would not have anticipated a number that high, honestly. But yes, yeah, I want everything in that bundle. So I was like, okay, you know what? I wanted this bundle for a long time. And I just always put it off because I always felt like, oh, well, that's kind of steep still. But this time I had the resources. And so I was like, okay, you know what? I want it. And then I also got the primary faction choice bundle, just the normal one. I didn't get the full shebang on that one because I already have a bug ship from the Out of This Wormhole bundle before they launched the legendary bug ship. You know, Jem'Hadar, whatever they call that thing. It's a bug ship. And now I have the legendary as well. So I already have 2 bug ships, so I didn't need another bug ship. So I picked the Crossfield, the Dalkina, and the Sarcophagus. I'm not sure if I want the Jellyfish or the Vengeance. Yeah, that's a tough call. Like, in terms... the Vengeance is a good ship, and it can be quite versatile depending on the direction you take it. If I'm not mistaken, I think it might also be Intel. Well, I know it's definitely Intel, but I think it might be Temporal, like a Lieutenant Temporal seat on it. So honestly, you could pretend it's a science ship. Like hardcore, put a bunch of Intel, Science, and Temporal on it, and just have all kinds of crazy science shenanigans coming out of your Vengeance. But it would also make a good just Intel ship with surgical strikes and whatnot. You know, Intel's in a good place. So it's a very good ship. While Spock's Jellyfish is a pilot science ship, and that is a unique sort of like, why? Like, don't get me wrong, it's fun and you have your maneuvers and you could totally fly it as not a science ship if you wanted to, but it depends on your preferences and if you are limiting yourself. Oh yeah, if you're a Psi, then you might want that Spock Jellyfish, but like I said, that Vengeance, you can make it pretend it's a science ship very aggressively. I did that with a oh, what is that ship called? It's the Galaxy class from the 12th anniversary bundle. Cygnus? I think it's a Cygnus. The Cygnus is a temporal primary, and I know it was kind of maligned when it came out for being like, what is the point of this ship? Like, it's, why didn't you go ahead and just make it a science ship or whatever? It's a functional battle cruiser, but it worked really well as a science vessel, and I love having a science galaxy. Oh, if you already have the Kelvin and the Kelvin D7, then you don't have to necessarily take that from the bundle. In which case, couldn't you get the Vengeance, the Spock's Jellyfish, and the Tier 6 ship pack to have everything else? The World Razor is certainly an interesting ship. It could probably, like, it's almost the same ship as the Cygnus. So it should be able to do the same shenanigans, and it's also just very cool looking, isn't it? So I am happy for you. Maybe one day I will have one too, but am I either going to have to, like, commit to buying that one ship with a whole ton of EC, or they'll put it in MUDs one day. Yes, that is true. I am also a sucker for account wide, which is why I very rarely, like, my main will get one-off ships, but, and then like the occasional, like for the purposes of a theme. I have a Vulcan who I made exclusively to fly the Lower Decks Vulcan ship, the Cheval. As soon as I saw it on Lower Decks, I was like, I know you're coming to the game and I'm going to have a Vulcan to fly you. So I made that Vulcan, and when that came out, I paid the 1.5 billion EC, which was a bit of a scrape and scrounge, but I got it together and I bought that ship, and now I have a Vulcan who flies the Cheval. 100 lockboxes to get the World Raiser. That's actually probably really good odds, like grand scheme. There are people who open thousands and never get anything, grand prize related. My Vulcan has not been getting as much play lately. Not that I couldn't or wouldn't. It's just, well, I've also been distracted with Black Desert Online recently. Their anniversary made the game free if you downloaded it during their anniversary event. It's normally just $10, so it's not like it's a massive savings or whatever, but it was an opportunity for me to try it again. And because I tried it like way back, I'm pretty sure when it actually first came out as part of like a trial subscription thing from friends who were interested in it. There just wasn't enough there. Like I was like, I preferred Skyforge at the time. That's the game that we were playing that my friends were like, oh, Black Desert, oh my gosh, look at all this. And I was like, I kind of like Skyforge better as far as I can tell. And I didn't really want to pay for it if I wasn't that interested in it. So now that it was free, though, I got into it. And Goody and I, Goudy Man there in the chat, also got into it at the same time. And it's been very distracting. But yes, as I was saying, my Vulcan is a bit neglected at the moment, but this formerly somewhat neglected Romulan, it's close enough, right? The ears are pointed, blood is green. They're cousins who will eventually reunite, according to Discovery. Close enough. And we are focusing on him because, today, because he is a Vulcan scientist, and I got the Talaro, and I thought, wow, the perfect ship for this person, or this is the perfect person for that ship. So we are doing that. At any rate, this ship has been leveled. So what is next? I was thinking, okay, well, yes, that is a good contender. Do I want to do this one? It's probably for the best. Probably for the best to go ahead and do this one. And then we will do this one. Let's see, is there anything else that we have out for the traits? Nope. Although we do need entwined tactical matrices. What is this? Oh, we already have a ship that can take it. Is what the TOS lockbox ship? I was clicking through. Let's see, what could you possibly have been talking about? Let us look. Definitely wouldn't have been that. Nope, nope, nope. Did you think maybe that? That is a Vodvur support cruiser. Oh, the Romulan ship that I wanted for this character? It's this one. The Talaru Warbird carrier that came out of the Into Darkness and Beyond hack. This ship had honestly not ever been quite aggressively on my radar because, I don't know, I wasn't necessarily too into the look of it, although it has definitely grown on me. And I think they may have reskinned this, honestly. I think it looks better than it did when it launched. So I think there's been some work done. But as I've learned and grown as a ship builder, when I looked into it again, because honestly, like, when something gets knocked off of my radar, it's like a meh. It's not something I'm really going to dwell on. But I was looking around and I discovered that this ship is an Intel Temporal. And I was like, oh my. Intel and Temporal and a whole bunch of science. And it has a battle cloak. just like all around, there are so many things. There's like, wow, I can do a lot with this, I am thinking. So, yes, we are ready. Our body is ready. Oh, the adapted Tal Shiar battlecruiser. I do believe that has an excellent science trait, if I'm not mistaken. I've heard tale that they're going to put that into Mud's Market in a not too distant future, supposedly this year. I think we're supposed to get a like Borg bundle that might be like the Borg Juggernaut, the adapted battle cruiser, the adapted escort, I think is what it is. And yeah, that's when I would want to get it, is, you know, for the account wide unlock. I think they redid all the Kelvin hull materials for the 10th anniversary ship trait that spawns a Kelvin version of your ship below 50% health. Oh, well, that would certainly be interesting if they actually bothered. Like, are you saying that that trait, when used on a Romulan, would summon this ship? That'd be pretty nifty. In which case, that's very, like, above and beyond for them to do it. But it looks so good. I really like the look of this ship. I put the Ba'ul vanity shield on it. It looks awesome. The adapted battle cruiser. Yeah, I imagine it would. That angry bundle of knives in space, all black. And of course, the Ba'ul has green highlights, so wherever the energy is would still be green, which would be very Romulan. So yeah, that would be very cool. Nanite infestation is the supposed name. Supposed name of what? All right, let us not get too distracted. We need to find... Find. What was the next thing that we were doing? Right, the ship. Pretty sure this ship. Ready? Save and continue. Interesting. This is the first ship that we have switched to that didn't quite match what we were doing in terms of consoles, which has resulted in this empty spot here. Mud bundle with the Tal Shiar ships and Borg jug. Nanite infestation is the supposed name. Oh, okay. Well, it is certainly a bundle I am looking forward to. After I heard it was coming, I was like, yes, my body is also ready for that. I think that kind of like gave me some pause on purchasing the bundles that I did this time, because I was like, oh, well, that bundle might be upcoming. I should like save my resources, right? Then I also thought, well, there are some Muds bundles coming up that I probably will really want. So maybe I should go ahead and like get the ones that I already wanted, right? Like get them out of the way so that I'm not like, oh no, all 4 of these bundles that I want, which one should I pick? So like those are already out of the way. So when that bundle comes, I can just be like, yep, I want it. I have a Borg Juggernaut in a box on a Borg character. Like I have a character who is themed to be Borg. I bought the Lobi outfit, the like 7 of 9 Lobi, you know, like her original Borg form outfit. I bought the Bat-Tid extractor arm. Like the full kit module is like all the Borg kit modules. Like I went fully Borg themed on that character. So I really want them to fly the Borg Juggernaut, but I don't want it on just one character. Like I really don't want, I do not like single character unlocks. I will tolerate them when I absolutely have to, but I generally don't want them. So when I heard that the Borg Juggernaut might be coming to Mud's Market in a not too horribly distant future, although that future is like feels further and further away from when I first heard of it. But yeah, I thought, okay, well, you know what? I will put that Borg on the back burner and you know, once it's in the Muds market, I'll just sell that box. So I'm being patient, and then I Borgify other ships. Like if I have him, I think he's currently flying the Vanguard Dreadnought carrier. Is it called Dreadnought? It's a Vanguard carrier. Like the original Vanguard carrier. I have him flying that, and then I just put the Borg, like shield and deflector and all that kind of stuff on it for the aesthetics of like as if it's an assimilated ship. So I'm like phoning it in a little bit. Girardi of Borg. I have 1 Borg human and 2 Borg ROMs, and I have all the Borg stuff on my human Borg except the ship. Indeed. Honestly, see, I made my Borg I assume a human? I think they must be human. Federation aligned. It probably would have been better for me to make them a Romulan, because since the game doesn't let you choose your like visuals, he's stuck with like Federation beaming. And even though Romulan beaming is not Borg beaming, like the transporter effect is different, at least it's green. So I think I really would have liked it if I had made my Borg a Romulan just for like theme cohesion. But, you know, tough. Maybe one day the devs will give us that, but also it's not such a big deal that I would wreck all of the effort that has gone into that Borg to like remake them as a Romulan or to have 2. So, you know, it is what it is. The Tal Shiar adapted ship looks way cooler than the Borg Jug. Hot take. It's certainly an interesting ship, but the Borg Juggernaut has canonness going for it now, doesn't it? And you know how Neko feels about canon. I hated the asymmetrical look ever since the first appearance in the show. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of asymmetry either, but it is canonical. So it gets some lovin's from Neko because of canonicalness. Let's see here. What are we missing? Mycelial spore burst. No. Unequip. Let's see. Constriction Incore. Neutronic temporal. Delphic. Need that plasma. Pretty sure my plasma storm is not here. Correct. Okay. And then what else? Nucleogenic igniter. Genesis seed. I think we're going to be taking the Genesis. Genesis seed. And then igniter. Nucleogenic igniter. There we go. Yeah, I think that should be good. I want the Titan from the new Picard series. Yeah, the Neo Constitution class. I had / have mixed feelings about that ship because I kind of wish that the saucer was properly round, that it didn't have like the cutouts in the back where they put the impulse things. But it is a very unique sort of Constitution / Excelsior / I don't know, I kind of see a little bit of the Ambassador in it. And so I do like it, but it's also anachronistic. I feel like that ship belongs in the TMP era, or like a ship that they would have made between the Excelsior and the Ambassador class. But they've like put it post Nemesis. And they also seem to be trying to gaslight us into believing that that ship is a refit of the Luna class. And that's like a degree of suspension of disbelief that I'm like, no, sweetie. Like, sure, we can all pretend that the Constitution from the original series got refit into the version from the motion picture, even though they are sufficiently different that they are probably not like that. That would not be a refit, that would be a rebuild. So they're like, the Luna got refit into the Constitution too. How? By going through a wood chipper first? Like, that's not a refit. Let's see. I'd even, hold on, move things so that my chat's more visible. I'd even take a simple probe. To be honest, it could still wreck. Oh, hold on, I missed a little bit. The devs recently said they wouldn't be opposed to making the Borg ships playable. They just need to figure out a way to show which direction you're facing. I would even take a simple probe. To be honest, it could still wreck. Yeah, I mean, like, canonically. It's growing on me, but the design is still overall meh. Are you referring to the Titan from Picard, Goody? I honestly like the other Titan-esque ship they showed in the 5th episode. What ship was that? Are you talking about the Intrepid that showed up to greet them, shall we say? It looked better as a movie ship era. Are we meaning a movie era ship? Which actually, that's what the Titan concept was made from, was to be a like TMP era. Because it's actually a vessel that was designed by like a fan design or whatever, even if it's a professional fan. But it was designed by a fan who actually works on the show, worked on Picard, pitched his own ship as a ship that they could use, and they got it approved. So, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's a good looking ship. It's just, it's in the wrong era. And I mean, but it's kind of fine with the direction that they're going with. They made the Excelsior too, and the Sagan class, which is, you know, kind of Cheyenne-esque or whatever. So they're kind of doing a throwback thing, which is probably pandering a little bit. You know, fan pandering, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. And plus they say everything comes back around, right? Like, the scrunchie will return. So, yeah, you could say that, especially since a lot of Star Trek ships are perhaps not necessarily designed exclusively for, it is the most scientifically correct curve of the saucer or whatever. It's like, this looks cool. I think that, you know, Starfleet probably does build vessels where they're like, this looks cool. And so, you know, let them be like, you know what, I miss the TMP era. Looked pretty cool with a nacelle on fire, but torpedoes ready to fire. Very creepy imagery, actually. Yeah, they said they just used part of the Luna Titan for the refit, but I don't think they understand what a refit is. Indeed. Like, what part did you use for the refit? The dedication plaque? Because that's the only thing. Oh, did you find me? All the ships in Picard look like they are from the wrong era. Agreed. I don't think they have a clue what post-Nemesis ships look like. They even took ships from Stowe. Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of a nitpick that I've always had with the game, although more modern. Well, is this you? Locutus of Borg? Sure, I will accept this random friend request. You may Like, it's not random, it's me. And if you've been chatting, I can't see the chat. It's behind me. Like, I see what you see, and that is intentional for me to be able to, you know, make sure I know what you all are being able to see. And also, kind of being in the way of chat means that if anything untoward gets said there, it has been censored for your precious co-host. Let's see here. Oh, right. So what I was saying is that the cryptic original styling in the game does not look very post-Nemesis, or honestly even very realistic. Like, they've been doing better. They made Hull Type 7A, which I think does look a little bit better. It still has some quirks to it. Like, there are these black things that kind of show up on the hull that I think are meant to be Aztecing, that it's interacting strangely with the lighting of the game. I think I would like it if it were a little bit more gray instead of the opalescent, aggressive white that they're doing, which seems to be TMP era. I know Thomas Marone really likes the TMP era, so maybe that's why it's that white. I don't know if it's that the game's lighting cannot make white look good, because like the TMP Constitution, you know, the Enterprise A, like if you take that version of the ship with its proper white hull, like even just out into Deep Space Nine, like around Deep Space Nine, it will be so blinding unless you adjust the gamma of the game, or it's the bloom that they call it. If you take the bloom really down, then it's like acceptable. But if you have it at its standard setting, it is like you'll catch the light and it will blind you. So, I don't know. I would prefer that the game lean more toward a sovereign / intrepid / galaxy class aesthetic. Like, try to look real. Like some of the, like, for example, they're just elements that kind of, I don't know, look cartoony, you know, don't look as real as it could. And obviously they can do it because they've made excellent, very like realistic looking ships. And I get that there's an argument to be made for some of the unrealistic elements can look advanced, you know, but to me it's like, no. I prefer, like, even Star Trek Enterprise, the way that the NX looks like a ship that really could have been built. You know, the hull plating is like very hull plated. Like, it looks like it was a ship that was built. I like that aesthetic. I like that the Sovereign, you know, looks less that way, but still looks like a ship that was built. Whereas a lot of these ships kind of look like plastic balloon animals, in my opinion, which is kind of a harsh thing to say. I don't mean it quite as harsh as it sounds, but like that's like the vibe is like, that looks more like a toy than like a Star Trek starship, you know? And I know they've got it in them, so that's why I want more. You try harder. I can't imagine the Titan A being set 20 whatever years after Nemesis. Yeah, it looks like a ship that they took out of mothballs. The Discovery version of that ship looks like it has 2 blimps on the side. That is true. Although, honestly, I think I probably like the Discovery version of this ship that we're looking at right now, the Somerville. I think it's called the Hernandez, the like old school version. Because at least I think it looks a little bit more realistic. You know, it avoids the kind of plastic hull aesthetic, and also these orange nacelles. Orange is a terrible nacelle color. I do not know. Like, the only nacelles where the Bassards are supposed to be orange are TOS nacelles. Like, every nacelle since then, the Bassard has been red. So I do find it quite irksome, the number of unpleasant orange nacelle Bassards that we've been getting. And then they sell like the the orange one or the red ones as like a special additional skin. Like if you buy the mirror bundle, it will come with a red Bizarre's. Like, you know what you're doing. You know that there are those of us who will buy that, not because we want to fly a Terran ship, but because we want our Bizarres to be the proper shade of red. Let's see. Okay, ignore my comment, Neko. I see how it is. Which comment? Oh, I think the old T5 look was more realistic as a direction they would go. The Avenger and Odyssey are both styles I could see as the next generation of designs, as it were. Well, a lot of T5 ships were ugly. You know, the Avenger, I did not like it at first because it looked, I don't know, it looked like a ship made out of Legos or something. It's grown on me over time. Actually, in retrospect, I think it's one of the better looking ships. It's a little chibi, you know? It's like if you took a real starship, like a Galaxy class starship, like if you call that a real one and then you made it like chibi, like cute. It's all like chonky and kind of like stout, like its limbs are Dachshund-esque. So it's kind of cute, but also because it's thick and, you know, it's cute, but it's thick. So it does make sense as like a hardy battleship sort of design. So I kind of get it now, but at the time, and the armor that deploys over the windows, that is a neat little touch. I think it might need a little bit more like love on the plating to really get a more realistic look for me personally. And the Odyssey, you know, we're going to have to see what she looks like after we get Thomas Marone's update for Picard. Once that ship's in game, then we'll have a better idea. But honestly, the 7A hull on it I'd probably prefer it in a Galaxy hull or something. We'll have to see. Is that the one we got from the event? Is what the one we got from the event? This year I didn't buy the 13th bundle. I just bought the 4 ships separately. I don't like the look of the sticks, and I have the legendary crossfield, so I don't need the mirror one. Indeed. I went ahead and bought the bundle just to have those ships for the just in case, I think. Because I do like a theme. So maybe one day I'll be like, oh, we're going to fly. This character's going to be my sticks flying character. But yeah, I don't particularly care for it. But also the mirror crossfield, it does have different build potential. So I don't mind having it in my toolbox as something that I could use if I wanted to. Like I would hate to even go like 2 years and be like, meh, I could have done without that ship. But then like 2 years from now, like, oh my gosh, I have a perfect build for that ship. If only I had bought the bundle, you know? So I do tend to FOMO myself even when, well, you know what the devs know. The devs were trying to FOMO me, but I fell for it. And it willingly, because, you know. Well, the Avenger is a prototype warship. The saucer was very Voyager looking. Yeah, it did look very Intrepid to me, like an evolution of the Intrepid. But again, it's like chibi, which again, in the past, I found quite loathsome. Now it's grown on me some, but kind of like the Defiant. When I first saw the Defiant, I was like, that is not a Starfleet ship. But now I quite like it. Sort of next gen secondary hull and prototype nacelles. You know, now that you're mentioning the nacelles are quite square, aren't they? Remember when they started introducing the Discovery ships into the game? And they were like, square nacelles, let's make a big deal out of that. Well, it already had some, basically. I like the Sovereign refit skin on the Odyssey. One of the pet peeves I have about the Sovereign skin is that you cannot change what deflector you have. So you definitely get a yellow deflector. And sometimes the yellow deflector ends up like with a blue core because there's like some detail in the middle that's blue. And so the blue and yellow deflector gets a little weird for me personally. So, oh, this ship? We did get the Somerville as an event ship. A version of it as an event ship that gave us the red nacelles for it, or red bussards. This one is the actual C-store version that gives the trait spore-infused anomalies. Let's see here. The Odyssey to me looks like the natural evolution of the Sovereign class. Yeah, the Odyssey very much looks like Sovereign, but also a little bit of a backstep, like if the Galaxy class and the Sovereign had a baby. Like, she's big and she's got some like thickness, but she's also sleek and long, and she's got a neck, which, you know, Starfleet was leaning away from necks with the Sovereign and the Intrepid. So, well, in fact, she has two. So it's kind of like an interesting sort of progression that, yeah, I can see it as a evolution from the Sovereign, but also like they took some of the old stuff and shoved it in there. You can see how everything is literally just iterative updates to the Sovereign. Well, yeah, there's some, well, like even just the chevron, the triangle bit on top of it, on top of the saucer, that's very Sovereign inspired. I like the Yorktown out of all the Odyssey classes. The Yorktown is a decent looking ship, especially because it's the one that got updated as like the flagship. They updated it. I don't think the Sojourner, or what is the tactical one called? I don't think, whatever it's called, I don't think either of those got updates to make it look better. So the Yorktown definitely looks better because of it being updated. But there's supposed to be an updated Odyssey coming, because Thomas Morone aggressively remastered that ship so that it could show up in Picard this season. So I'm very interested to see it in game when it comes. I don't like the hole in the middle of the neck, and I feel like it's too big. The hole in the middle of the neck, like having the two neck thing, is a little... Like if you want to be on, like, let's say deck 13's in the neck, like deck 13 section A, deck 13 section B, like if you need to be in the other neck, then that's a trip, isn't it? But that's what turbo lifts are for, I guess. So, and it is a redundancy. Like if you take a hit on one neck, you've still got the other. So, I don't know, just, I don't hate it. I hate the forward swept pylons of the Yorktown. I'm not a super fan of them. I don't hate them though, because, you know, it's very Galaxy class, the forward swept thing. But also, one of the things that I take issue with is that the Yorktown, the pylons are longer or something. Like the nacelles are farther set apart. So instead of them, like the outer edge of the nacelles meeting with the outer edge of the saucer to like kind of give it a inline shape, they're a little bit outset, so it's more like an arrowhead. And, you know, if that was an aesthetic choice that was made, well, kind of looks like my little Starfleet pennant. It kind of has that pennant shape going. Maybe that was intentional, but personally, I prefer a more inline shape. So I think I would like the look of the Yorktown better if the nacelles weren't. And it's a smidge, honestly, but it's enough of a smidge that I can tell. And I'm not as fond of that as if the nacelles were like just a little bit closer together. Let's see. Okay, hold on. Chat has escaped me, hopefully. Let's see. Can I get it to scroll? It will not. Yorktown, I also dislike the non-sovereign nacelles, the pylons of the Odyssey. Oh, and then it went away entirely. I think she's sexy. Neko Likes it long and thick. Congratulations, you reached 100 messages today with Restream Chat. Oh, thank you. It makes sense based on the Federation. They like to roll around in style and elegance. How come he has a small tail on his head? Are you talking about my little egg yolk? My little hair halo? My little doodly doot? It is anime. It is cute. Don't be mad at my head tail. His little hair poop, he got licked by his and Kathy. That is priceless. Oh my gosh, could you imagine? Like, there are, like, these are the Zenkethi that evolved and became super intelligent, and then these are the ones that, like, graze the grasslands of Zenketh Prime or whatever. So you're like, oh, he's so cute, hello. It's like, oh no. You just got licked by a turtle. All right, let's see here. We have been distracted by chat. Yes, they are like giant cow turtles. Whenever I get an endeavor for, you know, murders in Kethion ground, I'm like, oh, time to make turtle soup. Let's see. Intel. So he's trained in Intel. And then, what do we have here? Is this a science? Yes. This is universal. Yes. Oh, so we're going to be doing Psi 1, Psi 2. Hinge 1. That is fine, that's fine. That'll do. Yeah. And then that's a control power, so we'll just go ahead and slot that. The tail does wag around whenever I move my head. Look at it. You're the one who called it a tail. But anyway, yes, I do. I would like to have a tail, I think. It's not necessary, but I could totally see myself having one. So I will have to look into that and see how to acquire. What I had said, Neko, was that the pylons on the Odyssey have impulse engines in them, which makes sense for such a large ship. Hence why I prefer the chevron and hull of the Yorktown and nacelles and pylons of the Odyssey. I'm not a super fan of the impulse engines in the pylons. I don't hate them. I mean, Voyager has her impulse engines on her pylons too, technically, but like because of how chonky they are, it doesn't look as out of place because the Odysseys are so sleek looking. But by scale, those sleek looking pylons could be as thick or thicker than Voyagers, so there very easily could be enough space to have impulse drives in the pylons with plenty of room to spare for transferring warp power through to the warp engines. But like I said, I don't hate it. I'm kind of a little like, but I don't hate it. It's not like a sticking point where I'm like, oh, those nacelle, those pylon impulse engines, how dare they? I need of like the Guardian being the next version of, huh? I don't know what that is about. I nid of like the Guardian being the next version of the galaxy. Guardian. Is that the like first tier 6 ship that we had in the game that is very obviously trying to be what eventually came into the game for real as the Narendra. Kind of like, okay, you kind of like the Guardian being the next version of the Galaxy. The Guardian is the ship that I'm thinking of. Then it's a discount Narendra. And so I'm not as big of a fan of that. Kind of looks like a mashup of the Galaxy and the Ambassador. Well, yeah, I suppose because the Narendra, which was the actual concept that was intended for the Ambassador class, it's a mishmash of the, like, it's supposed to be a lineage, a missing link between the Excelsior and the Galaxy class. And I do quite like the Narendra. And I think because the Guardian is, to me, a discount Narendra. Yeah, I don't know. It's never grown on me. Well, honestly, I feel like its shape could just use a little bit of refining. Because as a concept, it's not bad. It's just the execution that I feel is a little... It has that signature look to me of something being not quite right. Like when a fan designs something and you can tell that the ship is like not quite, like this was not designed by a professional. Like it kind of has that vibe going on, which I'm sure whoever designed it probably was a professional. But who knows? It could have been, that was the first ship I ever designed, from somebody, whoever did it. But yeah, it just looks like it needs some polish, a little zhuzhing. I like the Enterprise C the best out of all the Ambassador. I like the Enterprise C best out of all the Ambassador class ships. I do not like the Jupiter. No, I don't. It also needs a little bit of polish. Like, as a general concept, it is not the worst thing. It's out of date. And I do suspect if they ever gave it a polish pass, they could probably make it look quite spectacular. But generally, it's a little eh. I used to, like, I'm okay with the Ambassador class, but especially after I found out that the Ambassador class that we got was the result of budget constraints, that the real Ambassador, like if you watch The Next Generation, the gold ship wall, the wall that they have that has the gold ships that are like, cut in half and like stuck to it, you'll see that the Ambassador class that's there is the Narendra. It is not the Ambassador class that we saw in the episode where the Enterprise D encounters the Enterprise C. And the version of the ship that we got was because they didn't have the time or the budget to make the proper ship that was designed by Andrew Probert. So knowing that it's a discount phoned in version of what it was supposed to be has kind of, and seeing how beautiful the Narendra is, how beautiful it was supposed to have been, has soured my taste for what is considered the Ambassador class, what is, the canonical Ambassador class. It's lost favor with me, knowing its tainted history. It's just a giant hull with 4 engines on it. Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily hate the concept. I think that with a bit of zhuzhing, it could be made to look perfectly serviceable. But I did like some of the other concepts from that design the ship contest that produced the Jupiter. There were other designs in there that I think would have made a better looking ship. But a bunch of people, for some reason, got it stuck in their head that it's the rebirth of the old Jupiter class that was removed from the game, even though they don't look anything alike, honestly. So, or was the Typhoon? Typhoon? Jupiter? I don't know. One of the old ugly Stowe original ships. people were like, oh, it's the rebirth of this, we must have it or whatever, and it became a big old thing. But no, it was not the best out of the proposed designs. The Jupiter was a ship from a ship contest where the developers showed like 8, I want to say. I think 8 original concepts, and then they narrowed that down to 4 based on voting. And then those got narrowed down to 2, and then it got narrowed down to the 1. That, or maybe it was narrowed more aggressively than that. But there was like voting rounds, this one or this one, this one or this one, this one or this one. And so they just kept putting the ships up against each other until they got down to the Jupiter. They need to make a revamped Typhoon class. Is that the one with the 4 nacelles on 2 pylons? I think that is the Typhoon class, and it is interesting as a base concept. Obviously, the execution is terrible because it was put into the game back when the game looked like it was made out of Legos. But isn't that how they did the Enterprise F? Enterprise F. Yes, the Odyssey class was well, no, because the Odyssey was not. Well, yeah, there was some voting involved, but they took fan input, like they requested submissions for that one, while the Jupiter one didn't have fan submissions. Those were all designed by the developers, and then they let the players choose which concept they liked best. And as the voting went on, they made the concept drawings a little bit more, I think like after the first rounds that narrowed it down, they did a little bit more detail of each of the things so that they would like give you a better idea of the things that you liked as a concept. And then I think maybe they got a little bit more detail after that. But yeah, the two contests worked a little bit differently. What ship are you talking about, Goody? Let's see here. We keep getting distracted. Everything is in place. Let's see. Genesis seed. Yeah. Yep. 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 Well, these are honestly not necessary on this ship, but it's fine. We're going to not fuss or fret. The Typhoon, just making sure. Like I said, I think it's an interesting concept, like a base concept. You know, like someone with no art skills drawing the general idea to hand off to a professional, be like, can you make this look like a real Star Trek ship? That's what the original Typhoon looks like, is some lay person's attempt at art. And then if that were taken and made into something, I think there's potential there. Mostly Augs. Rest to weapon. Is this a battle cloak? I bet not. Nope, because it's just intel. So we kind of don't care, do we? Big gun, all of this. Maybe we'll put... Well, that's not what I meant to do, but maybe we'll put this here. That. Have this as a replacement if necessary. Put this here. What is this? What is this? Up there. Delphic tear. Put that here. What is this? Yep, that's fine. Here. I only started playing in 2018. Never even heard of the game before then. He's a Neko. He's a Derpy. Lies. You're full of birche. Gives the Derpy kitty some head pats. You will send your head pats in the form of a monetary donation. Let's see here. which actually I don't have a donation setting at this time. I'm going to put this here for now. Delphic Tear. What is this? Is that an empty spot? Genesis Seed. This further out here. You deserve bitings. You are mean to Neckers. What is... Oh, right, that's fine. Although I shall move it here for now. Again, we shall go put on Evasive Maneuver as our guidepost. Beam Fire at Will. Cannon Scatter Volley. This could be potentially useful for saving ourselves. Those are already on the board. Nom, nom, nom. Engines, Augs. Fleet support. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, we're obviously going to have to make room for Photonic Officer. Gravity Well. Right, Intel teams. We will want these earlier. Quantum Singularity. Sensor scan, subnucleonic beam. Let us see. We must see if this is... Yep. Yes. That. Yep. Looks like everything is ready to go. Let's see. Patrols. My first BF was a Neko boy. Was he also from another world? Was he isekai'd here? I think we shall try Trouble Overture, shall we? Do we want to put ourselves through that? Hold on. How big is our gravity well? 8.1. What about now? Do I want to deal with that? They like to jump around. Would probably be fine, right? There's only one way to find out. He was a liar. There's only one bestest Neko, and that bestest Neko is me, obviously.
This is Commander.
I am reminded that I don't know if I have equipped the new traits that we have been leveling as a part of this.
This has been a disturbing day, friend. First, a vessel older than my
I'm not your
grandsire
friend, bud.
fires some sort of mystery weapon and warps out. Then, some sort of...
Yes, yes. Let's see here. What was the other thing I got? Improved gravity well. That is definitely needed for here. We do not want those mushrooms escaping our salad shooter. Doing a quick looky-loo for... You know what? That'd probably be helpful in the interim. That would be fine as well. For the just in case. Yeah, that'll do it. Save to loadout 1. No, I don't have a good warp core or even a secondary deflector
Watch out!
on this
Watch, they're coming
character
in from
because it was not designed to fly scientifically in
Targets
his
of Kalati
original
and fire.
execution, so we are going to suffer for a little bit while we get stuff, because also the Talaru, once we're in the ship that we're actually trying to build here, it won't have a secondary deflector anyway. What simulator?
Looks like we made... Something's wrong. The rift isn't closing. Ilachi warships on intercept course. They're coming from the rift.
Get wrecked.
Reading
Karima's
more Ilachi ships on
mushroom
approach.
suit.
Get ready to fight.
Come on.
Do not fire.
Blah blah
Hostile
blah.
Ilachi fleet on sensors. Here they come.
Yeah, come get it.
The Liberator is in position. We're ready to begin the process.
I bet the Liberator's going to be making all kinds of fuss. Oh no, they scratched our plane. Oh no, they warp core breached in our face. Well, don't stand so close to the death trap. Oh, see, we're just talking about Black Desert. There was a whole heap of nonsense in the chat, and then he tells us that he's playing Black Desert. Okay, then. Collecting our noms while we murder. And of course it looks horrifically strange for green disruptors to be coming from this Federation ship, but whatever. They made phasers green in Discovery's future, so we shall just pretend it's something to do with that. Wily little buggers. That was an interesting gap, wasn't it? Took a moment to think before rushing into the slaughterhouse, I suppose.
This is the Liberator. Initiating rift closure process now.
Da-da-da. Well, this was handled perfectly fine. But let us hope that our ship fully leveled.
Many.
Let's see. We shall take Romulan marks again, even though really our problem is dilithium.
Attacks like these are going to continue.
Okie dokie. She means sussy or fussy? Sussy. Seems pretty sus to me, bro. Yay, fully leveled. Huzzah. Neko is not a baka. Let's see here. Okay, so let us return to our original target for a moment. And let's see, traits. I know I took this off in favor of Probably this. And then, yes, yes. Spore infused anomalies, but we will move it to here. And then, what else did I want? Okay, probably the trait from the Hydra for the pets. And then thinking maybe entwined tactical matrices for torpedo spreads. Yeah, it's a carrier. See? 2 hangar bays. Ready, Starship. Save and continue. All right, so what are we missing? Well, an easy way to tell would just be go back to the ship we were just on and see what got left behind. Covert. Okay. And then we would replace this with wide. And that'll do. Stations. Oh, crap. Well, I do not believe we have somebody trained in intel for a tactical slot. Or maybe we do. We'll find out. SRO. Tac 1. Skills. No specializations. What about Tovan? Do you come with specializations? No. Oh, you should, sir. Be more useful, won't you? What is this? Lieutenant Commander Engineering Pilot. Nobody cares. Commander, Lieutenant Commander Universal. Okay, so let's see here. This. And leave that. And this one. Okay, and then once again, this is a control power. So yes, that works. Works. Yes. And then I suppose we shall go out of our way to train this person in intel so that we have those intel abilities working for us. Oh, should I? Someone's told me that once upon a time. I was in a Discord group for the game Dreadnought, and somebody commented, they're like, do you do ASMR videos? And it's like, what is ASMR? And then they are like, oh, you should look up blah 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 blah. Like, oh, okay then. I probably missed that, Goody, because their daily things like don't show up or expire before you get to them, like all kinds of crap. Like their daily thing has honestly been some shenanigans, in my opinion. It's like, that is not what a day means. Just all around. It is a annoyance of BDO. No, I haven't unlocked the event mech suit yet. Let's see. That is how far we are. Is that a 9? Looks like a 9. So 5 more days? Let's see here. Right. I want an intel. Oh, let's see. Specialization qualifications. Specialization qualification. Pilot. Why, oh why is it the cheapest one? Is that perhaps because pilot is the least desirable? Still after the rework? No offense. I know that they're trying. The pilot was like a flawed concept. That is an uphill battle relative to this game's mechanics. Oh, bunch of command, pilot again. Still pilot? Really? Like just pages of pilot? Intel. Buy. Yes. So. Skills. Promote. Teach intelligence. Dun, dun, dun. Everyone I have seen who has it says it's fun. Well, we shall see. And I don't think that I'm reading chat for those who are just listening. I don't think Stowe will last longer than 2025. Well, who knows? I wouldn't bet against the game necessarily. Like, even though there's obviously a lot of work that should be done or whatever, there's been work done. And like, even just recently, I noticed that if you team up with somebody and then do TFOs, that your team doesn't seem to break anymore, unless it's like very specific to what I've been doing. But it seems that, you know, losing your team has been corrected. And I don't know, there just seems like there's maybe little things getting done, and maybe it's we have a new executive producer. I think that's his role. I think his title as executive producer. We have a new lead systems designer. So I'm kind of hopeful that the new blood might shake things up a bit and breathe new life. I'm not aware of any additional shrinking beyond what already happened in the past. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That would make 6. Although probably putting it here would be easier. So let's go ahead and put this here. Yeah, because that'll make it something that we can just train normally. I thought I know Jesse has gone from full-time to part-time now. The name that comes to my mind is Jesse, like Heinig. Is that who you're referring to? And you'll have to refresh me on what it is that they do. The former lead systems designer was Jeremy Randall, and he's moved on to another game at Cryptic that they're developing. He hasn't, like, gone part-time. He's been replaced by Jonathan Hairlatch, however he pronounces his last name. Let's see here. Intel. Let's see. We're going to replace this with ionic turbulence. Skills. This. I'm not quite sure what a senior game designer does relative to, like, you know, the actual making of the game. Because I'm curious if that's like creative or like if you were saying he was coding, but going to part-time could be for personal reasons, like dealing with some health stuff or kind of like trying to take some vacation time or whatever. Like maybe part-time was a compromise of not leaving for like a whole chunk of completely gone. They were like, can we get you to maybe do part-time instead? And he was like, yeah, sure. Like, I don't know the specifics of it, but I mean, possible. Hard to say though. Could be a passing of the baton sort of thing where he's letting other people take on more of the busy work or whatever, who knows. All right, let's see here. What is this? Engage the Hydra. What is this? Link spot. That'll do. What is this? Mm-hmm. And then goes there. What is that? Do here. Hmm. All right, then once again we shall place this here as my guidepost. Cannon scatter volley. Co-opt energy weapons, one of the, if not the best heal in the game. Sensor interference. I do need to make room for this. And then Intel team and Photonic officer. That is not what that is supposed to be. Oh, I thought it was. Okay, whatever. Yep, gravity well. And this should be here. Marnie, the best Marnie. There we are, Photonic officer. Polarized hull. I do usually prefer a little bit higher up in the ranking. Put it here. Scramble sensor. Sensor scan. Put this here, even though we're not going to be using it or needing it. here. And this. Nope, not there. Not there either. That'll do. Where did I put scramble? Wasn't scramble on this list? Did it go here? It did. That might actually be fine. Okay. These are on, these are on. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yep, yep, yep. Yep, pretty sure everything's there, so... Most... Well, first of all this, and then most to augs. Rest to energy weapons. Oh, there you go, Goody. Auto sprint. Neko covets this power. All right, patrols. I feel like I'm going to do 9th rule unless Trouble Over Tour has already come back. It is. Well, well. I don't know. I did not get to see it. I had already warped by the time I saw your comment.
This has been a very... Watch out! Elachi are coming out of the rift!
Target those Elachi and fire.
Yeah, get him, girl.
Looks like we made it here.
More Elachi are popping out, oh no.
Something's wrong. The rift isn't closing. Elachi warships on intercept course. They're coming from the rift.
That reminds me, I failed to remember that this is an escort and put on a better...
More Elachi ships on approach. Get ready to fight.
Better experimental weapon. The phlogiston projector would have been perfect for this.
Do not fire.
Hostile Elachi fleet on sensors. Here they come.
The Liberator is in position. We're ready to begin the process.
Interesting. Didn't my multi-vector just launch itself and then they immediately reconnected? They run off and die and then we're like, from the warp core explosions, they're like, nope. Back to home base. That or they made it something that disengages if it's reactivated after being activated. Or perhaps it is a visual bug. If you are still there, can't get no sleep, how did you hear about Jesse Heinig going to part-time? Was that something that
This
they
is the
announced?
Liberator. Initiating rift closure process now.
Some Enlachi vessels remain. They must be dealt with. The attacks like these are
Let's see.
attacks like these are going to continue.
Hopefully that is a fully leveled ship. Dun, dun, dun. Let's see, is this? If I were to transfer to it, it would not move my stuff because it's been messed with before. So we're gonna have to see about maybe putting something else on ice so that then maybe claim the Gagarin. Ships. Lame. All right, well, just for a little bit before we continue, I think we're going to have a little BRB again so that we can all stretch our legs, maybe rehydrate, etc. So I shall be back in a bit, and you shall all wait in anticipation. Alrighty, well, hopefully you'll still be here. Hopefully you will not abandon me. Alrighty, be right back. Alrighty, and we're back. I hope everyone had a good stretch, arched your back, licked the water from the bowl, nommed some kibber. Let's see here. Alrighty, so, did the Gagarin, yep, it already popped itself in here, so let's ready the starship. Dun-dun-dun. Remove this console. And then check to see what did not transfer. Genesis seed and covert. Cool there. Here we go. Alright, we need to replace this weapon with Omni. Yep, that all looks fine. Stations, let's see what we're working with. Actually, that would probably be best this way, and then put Tova on here because we did elite him, so he should know all skills. All the basic ones at least. Nope, we're actually going to need SRO Psi 1. That'll do. Suppose we'll leave that. And we will put torpedo spread here. Alrighty. And this should be our last ship, if I'm not mistaken, at least for the build that I'm immediately aiming at on our shiny new Romulan ship. And by the time everything has been put in its place, Neko will be so tired that we're not going to actually fly that ship. I'm just kidding. We will make an effort to do so, but this has been a long stream. And we have only been getting stuff to make the ship go. What is this? Construction anchor, we put you here. Genesis seed. Plasma storm, and I like you right there. Okay, let's see. Guidepost to down, and then this. Hmm. Hello, Sargorath. This here. Mm-hmm. One whole percentage. Don't spend it all in one place. Mm-hmm. 0.1. Definitely don't spend it all in one place. Gravity will. Yup. Photonic officer. Yeah. Sub-nuke here, even though we're not going to use it. Hmm. Alrighty, let's see. Station. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, don't have that. Yep. So we are missing the aceton beam. We'll shall simply place anywhere. Key. status. Loadout. Save. And then, after this trait has been leveled, we should be able to go to our intended ship. Rescue and search.
Thank you for coming. We did it. Sensor.
That rift's unstable. We need to hurry, or those ships won't make it.
Klingon vessels are warping into your position.
Thank you. Truly the...
If you...
That's one less rift to worry about. Let's regroup with Kumarke.
Bad news, I'm afraid. Klingons are approaching our position.
Alright, now we just maintain a respectful distance while we blow them all up. That is Generate Plasma Storm, which is a console. So let's see here. Which console? Where is it at? There, the Plasma Storm module. It comes from the Maquis Raider. Which is in one of the month bundles that are currently on sale for 50% off. I believe it's the Out of This Wormhole bundle that possesses that particular vessel.
deal with the stragglers, shall we?
Bum, bum, bum. Looks like there might be a little bit of a lag happening. Are y'all seeing lag? Or is
I
that
think
just
that was the
something on
last
my
of them.
end?
It appears Jaula and her forces have been stopped once again. Though she is quite determined, they may well return here to pursue their mischief once more.
Presents for Neko. Nom 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 nom. Hmm. Even my avatar looks a little laggy to me. Wonder what would be the cause of that. Game seems relatively fine. Once I finish collecting the loot, I will look into this. Oh, is it correcting itself? Maybe.
I think that
Lady.
would indeed.
There we go. Too much loot. Loot causing lag. Let's see. Mastery, dun dun dun. Yeah, seems fine now, I believe. Ready starship. Bum ba dum. Alright, let's see here. These should all be correct. Yeah. Okay, so into space. Indeed, things seem to have corrected themselves. Alright, let's see. Yep, and then we want to remove this in favor of entwined tactical matrices. Then I think I was going to take this off and then put on chrono capacitor array just to help maybe ensure cooldowns. Yeah, and Unconventional systems, intelligence agent attaché, adaptive offense, Terran targeting systems, particle manipulator, resonating payload modification, fleet coordinator, fragment of AI tech, and fresh from R&R. Although, of course, there's always the possibility of zhuzhing, but I think that's generally good. What about these Kelvin Timeline Scorpion Fightors? Let's see. Claims to have plasma beam array, plasma torpedo launcher, reroute reserves to weapons. Does not sound impressive. I should probably replace these. I very often just use rare Todo squadrons. Let's see. Yep, already have some. Also have Scorpion fighters if we wanted to be very on brand with our Romulanness. Maybe we will do Scorpions. Stations. Yes, that all looks correct. Save to that one, and then we need to actually put all of our stuff on the bar. Is this construction anchor? We put you here. What is that? Neutronic eddies in there. That seems redundant, but we shall place it there. Is this the Hydra? Yep. Generate plasma storm, I prefer right there. Genesis feed here. What is this? Singularity jump. Warp shadow. What is this? Nope. Alrighty. There it will. Put this here. Here. Okay. Scatter volley. Chronometric inversion. here for now. Co-opt energy weapons. Ah, yes. Gravity well. Heisenberg amplifier. We want our intel teams once again to be at the basically very beginning for optimal hiding. Photonic officer. Also needs to be near the very beginning to ensure our cooldowns. Let's see. Tractor beam repulsors. Let's see here. Is that free? Yes, it is. What is here? Nothing, so move this here. All right. Most things may in fact be in position now. Let us find out. Ah, yes. Usually like that kind of early. What is this? All right. Are we actually good to attempt our maiden voyage? Save to. All right. Now, before we begin, I'm going to take a moment to check. I heard a deedle. Let us see. It was something to bother with. Looks like no. So, there are many Nekos, but I am the bestest one. Indeed, that is correct. My, this ship looks spiffy. All right, we will take it on a patrol for her shakedown cruise. Let's see, rescue and search not available yet. Then we shall do trouble over terror. I do not wish to do the 9th roll and then discover the Herogen. No, thank you, Hess. Even the Fakiri with their ships that like arbitrarily phase themselves with like 1% of health left. Wasting my time. This patrol is certainly taking its sweet time, though.
This is Commander.
Well, that was quick. Hello, Fooly Goose. Oh, we are presently waiting out that science captain ability.
This has been a disturbing.
Get it?
Watch out! Elachi are coming out of
Just
the rift.
got the Enterprise F, as in when it was originally launched a very, very, very long time ago.
Target those Elachi and fire.
Oh my.
Looks like we made it here just in time. Something's wrong. The rift isn't closing. Elachi warships on intercept course. They're coming from the rift.
If you've been away from Stowe for a while, what brings you to a Stowe
More
stream?
Elachi ships on approach. Get ready to fight.
Are you considering returning, or did you merely stumble upon it?
Do not fire. I am Captain Tarsiv. We came.
Yes,
Agreed.
yes, Mushroom
Hostile
Man, get to
Elachi
work.
fleet on sensors. Here they come.
The Liberator is in position. We're ready to begin the process.
Indeed, one can easily allow themselves to be burnt out on anything, really. I know that I was feeling like I was running out of things to do in Stowe until I started doing theme characters. And you know, like not just focusing on my singular main, having multiple characters that are actually built that breathe new life into the game. For example, I took advantage of the Muds market sale that's going on, the Muds bundles, and got the Into Darkness and Beyond pack that contains the ship that we are currently flying. And since it's a Romulan carrier, I put it on my Romulan character, who is a Romulan Psi on the Klingon side, who was like decently built to work with a C-store ship, but now they have gotten aggressively even more built to give them this special new ship I just got. So there's probably some more polish that could be
Immediate assistance is required.
used. Oh, you're fine. They scratched our paint. Their warp core blew up in our face. Well, then you move. My computer has been telling me it is time to restart for the latest Windows updates. Perhaps this is why there's a touch of lag. Or too many open browser tabs or something.
This is the Liberator. Initiating rift closure process now.
Some Ilachi vessels remain. They must be dealt with.
Alright, let's see here. Start collecting our noms. Nom 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 nom. I believe I have 124 gigabytes of RAM. Oh. I should have enough RAM. What I find is often the culprit is YouTube. YouTube videos seem to, like, after you've watched them, like maybe stick in the buffer or whatever. I don't know, just I've noticed that if I've watched a lot of YouTube videos, that seems to bog everything down. Oh no, we ran out of space. Let us see. Discard. Discard. Hmm. Do we have any other obvious blatant fodder? Oh my goodness. Alrighty.
Attacks like these are going to continue.
Nope, that's
Now,
enough. Alrighty, we have collected all the noms. Dun, dun, dun.
attacks like these are
No,
attacks like these are going to
this is what we meant to do. Hopefully, we have reached our maximum level. Mastery level, rather. Oh. All right, I'm going to take a moment to see if there's anything we can do about the excessive lagginess. Hmm. All right, let's see. Says our CPU usage is at 100%. Well, I closed down some well, I just killed the browser. It's big on. So we shall see if that perhaps clears things up. Because to put her through her paces, I was thinking of maybe soloing a Borg advanced TFO and seeing what happens, which might be disastrous if the lag she persists.
What can I get for you?
Round and round it goes.
Just clearing our inventory. All the goods that fell off those exploding trucks.
Oh, your luck has to change sometime.
All right. Things seem smoother. Is too much loot in your inventory also a lag producer? All right, let's see here. Hooray that. Let's see. let's try Hive Onslaught Advanced. And I will see about getting Le Parser up and running real quick, which will almost certainly add to our system demands, but whatever, it's fine. Let's see if the parser's going to pop up and warn us, like, your combat log has gotten excessive. Please delete. Nope, no such fussies. Dun, dun. All right. That should start it, and hopefully it is actually started. We are about to find out.
Accept the gift of assimilation.
Just a wee little slideshow, it's fine. I think perhaps something exploded in our face. Hard to tell due to excessive lag. Let us be careful of the face explodies, shall we? Look at that one in the back, beating off to try and wedge itself into the terrain. Try to send a doom orb for us, the audacity.
I am perfection. I am Borg.
I must admit to being curious if it wouldn't melt faster if we were using Toduges instead of scorpions.
Your efforts are futile. Destroy this vessel, and I will claim another.
Well, we did it. We died once, but the job was done.
This is
And I'm
not
blaming that
the
death on
end.
lag. See? Exploded in the face just now. Made ouchie.
Resistance is futile.
Is it though? Just checking for noms. Looks like we got them all. All right. I think we shall try an ISA. And then honestly, it's been a very long stream, so I think it will be time for Neko to hop off of here and then go get some noms. Neko's hunger is growing. Let's see. This one. Advanced. And here's hoping that a less crowded space will result in less lag and fewer deaths. I would like for us to go from 1 to 0, please. We have an endeavor for completing Borg TFOs, perhaps. Perhaps we'll do one more. I believe that's a 3.
Scanning the nanite transformer. Done. Additional data is available.
We are aboard. Surrender your vessel and prepare for assimilation.
The nanite probes can repair the transformers. Stop them! Probe is closing in on a transformer. Destroy it!
We have the bulwark.
Probe is closing in on a transformer. Destroy it!
Resistance is futile. You will lower your shields and prepare to be boarded.
Interesting how we're not being chased by the cube. Normally when I solo this, it comes for me.
You will be assimilated.
Dun. Seemed like a fairly decent showing in my kitty opinion. As long as we don't fly into this exploding cube. Oh, another explosion in the face. Okay. Would you please stop, Macro-chan? It says, no, I will not. Alright, let's see here. Okay. Had a minor technical difficulty. Bombing all of our noms. Well, one nom escaped, but it was white. A white quality thing, so I'm sure it's fine. Let us see here. Well, I believe we shall do one more Borg to foe as promised, or as demanded by our endeavors. Do we want to solo it? Let's play this MMO in a massively multiplayer sort of fashion, shall we? Let's look for a normal space something. But perhaps not disconnected, because that has a tendency to drag on. Oh, no, 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 no. We could probably defeat those Hercutenants while we wait. Let us attempt it.
We'll need to find their...
Enemy life signs ahead. Get ready to
Oh
fight.
no, we
Proceed
gotta
with caution.
pop.
I'm reading numerous
We're gonna be rude and wait out the pop and see if we can get our objective done. Oh, mission accomplished. Mwahaha.
You will lower your shields and prepare to be boarded.
Looks like we got quite a few tryhards in this round, didn't we? Whoops. Alright, let's see. Alright, well, I must apologize for the slideshows because normally I can stream just fine, but obviously Computer Chan needs a break or something, or that restart it's been craving. But it is what it is, and we are going to have to live with the consequences of my not restarting, I guess. Let's see here. Do I have a transport back to Deep Space Nine? No. So we shall use the hidden system. Transwarp. Loading. Let's go. Alrighty, we have successfully returned to our home base of Deep Space Nine. I think at this time we shall say our adieus, for Neko is growing tired and very hungry. It was lovely talking with you all. I hope that you gained some enjoyment watching Neko spend hours getting this ship together, as is tradition, where it takes forever to put his ship together. And there will be more to come because, you know, I bought the entire mega bundle of the Into Darkness and Beyond pack, so there are other ships to be built. I also built I bought the primary faction choice, or primary faction choice pack, yes. So I have the sarcophagus, which I intend to build on my Klingon recruit, who is a Jaula style, or, you know, a disco style Klingon. So we will have that to look forward to, among other things. So it is not goodbye forever, but it is ta-ta for now. And I shall see you all later. Bye-bye.